to present a planter to Shri Prakash Singh ji to formally welcome him. Can we have a round of applause, please? Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So now, to formally begin the program, I request our chair, Mr. Neeraj Gupta, to deliver his formal welcome address. Sir.
Mr. Prakash Singh, former DG BSF, DG UP and Assam. Mr. G.K. Pillai, Advisor FICCI Committee on Homeland Security and former Union Home Secretary, Government of India. Mr. Nilesh Thungar, Co-Chair, FICCI Committee on Homeland Security. Senior officials from the State Police Forces and Central Armed Police Forces. Colleagues from industry and friends from media. Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to you all. Combating terrorism is like being a goalkeeper. You can make hundreds of brilliant saves, but the only shot that people remember is the one that gets past you, said Paul Wilkinson, Professor of International Relations and former Director of the St. Andrews University Center of Study for Terrorism and Political Violence. The 21st century world, while attempting to leave behind the concept of large-scale wars, is now faced with a new and very potent threat of internal security. The biggest challenge that the human civilization faces is that of terrorism or asymmetric war. There are various kinds of security threats in the form of assassinations, kidnapping, hijacking, bomb scares, bombing, cyber attacks, chemical biological weapons, and of course, economic disorder, etc. Economic progress of nations is directly linked to a secure and well-protected working and living environment. Considering internal security to be the backbone of growth and overall development of a nation, FICCI has constituted a committee on Homeland Security which closely focuses on bridging the gap between internal security and technology. Friends, FICCI has been working in the area of security and safety for some years now. Why should FICCI as an industry body be looking at the area of security? I have two answers for that. FICCI is there because of the day, all about risk perception and risk management. For industry, this is absolutely crucial because business does not go to places which are insecure. That is the reality of the world and particularly of market economy. We are a market economy and we are trying to attract people from all over the world. Unless we can manage our risks, we will not be able to handle these issues. The second reason why FICCI and business is there is because security itself is a business opportunity. It is a massive business opportunity for private sector and especially for startup. Yesterday in the session on drones, the large global market available for Indian entrepreneurs was highlighted by all speakers. And this is just one aspect of security. The private industry not only stands to benefit enormously from it, but also helps in nation building. As we all know, the Indian police forces have to meet the challenges of increasing diversity and complexity of crimes on one hand and the rising public expectations on the other. With newer challenges arising out of increasing and diverse population, rapid urbanization, new economic and social laws, organized crime, ever increasing traffic, cyber crimes, economic offenses, etc., the Indian police forces have to continually evolve and develop efficiencies to keep crime under control, maintain public order and safety and security to public. Police is required to provide quick response to any emergency situation, be sensitive to the citizens, and enforce law without fear and favor. Be well trained and be professional in prevention and detection of crime, and be tech savvy and use modern technology to deliver citizen services, and but last but not the least, be accountable to the public in maintenance of law and order, in ensuring safety and security of citizens. This requirement of the Indian police has been succinctly summarized by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi ji, who has given the concept of smart policing. The acronym SMART stands for strict and sensitive, modern and mobile, alert and accountable, reliable and responsive, techno-savvy and trained. He emphasized that a professionally efficient, technologically enabled, socially sensitive police upholds the rule of law and human rights in all situations and is also engaged optimally with the community. Innovation and cost efficiency, knowledge sharing, and partnership among law enforcement agencies are the guiding principles for undertaking smart policing initiatives. Thus, the best practices adopted by the police forces need recognition, appreciation, dissemination, and replication. Understanding the need for giving due recognition to our brave and efficient police forces, FICCI in 2016 instituted the first ever Smart Policing Awards, which recognizes the best practices in policing in India. The objective of the awards is to showcase initiatives taken by the various internal security forces for the safety and security of citizens. This can not only change public perception and build positive and progressive image of the internal security, but also provide other forces best practices to emulate. As they say, it's not the individual, but the team that wins for good work. In this context, the Smart Policing Award inspires the police forces across the country to work in more cohesive and coherent manner. I am happy to inform you that this year over 200 entries were received for the awards, which were very meticulously and painstakingly evaluated by the jury. I wish to extend a special welcome to the winning institutions and individuals. We would also be releasing the FICCI Compendium of Best Practices in Smart Policing. I sincerely hope that the participation in this award ceremony will provide a platform to all stakeholders from across India to learn from the experience of other states. I would like to mention that FICCI is committed to the cause of security and safety. I assure you of FICCI's continued support to law and enforcement agencies in their efforts for police modernization and smart policing. FICCI would be happy to work with the state police forces, Central Armed Police Forces, and Ministry of Home Affairs on various projects and programs which can lead to implementation of various smart policing initiatives across India. I am happy to see such an august gathering and extend a warm welcome to all delegates who have joined us for this program. I would also like to thank the jury members for painstakingly evaluating all the entries and selecting the eventual winners. I would like to congratulate the eventual winners and also place on record our appreciation for the various initiatives taken by the forces across the country. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for setting the context and highlighting the role FICCI has been playing over the years in Homeland Security. Now moving forward, I request our advisor and chair of the jury, Sri G.K. Pillaji, to deliver his speech.
Mr. Prakash Singh, I'm indeed honored to share the dais with him. He's an officer who I've greatly admired, looked up to all my career, and I'm very happy that he's here today and will speak and address all of you. Distinguished guests on the dais, uh, distinguished police officers, others, various other agencies dealing with security and change. Warm welcome to all of you. First of all, let me congratulate all the 2,200 entries that came for consideration by the jury. Not everybody could be selected because we have to make a selection. But many of the entries who did not get awards were also quite outstanding. And in some cases, we managed to give them special jury awards. I would also like to congratulate the winners for the outstanding work that they put in. My one complaint to the larger police fraternity is that so many of you do such outstanding work. So many crimes get solved in such a short time. Some difficult crimes have been solved at record speed. Just to give an illustration of just a jewelry heist which took place 2-3 days ago in Delhi, and within 48 hours, 72 hours, the Delhi police have managed to apprehend the suspect. They don't get enough publicity. And one of the reasons I think the communications wing of the police have to, in one sense, really step up to the role. Because you're doing so much good work, and all the good work gets, shall I say, washed away by 2 or 3 incidents which come where people say that something has happened, wrong action has been taken by a police officer or policeman. Somebody has been influenced by political officers. Somebody has taken some decisions which are not as per law, and that gets very wide publicity. One other thing which I thought I should mention, and I think it's very important. The essence of police's investigation. Please do not give up that. When you get a complaint, when you start registering an FIR, please investigate. Tendency which come in recent times to leak out information even before investigation starts is actually harmful in the long run for the police force itself. Because many of you are doing outstanding work. And it's very important that the outstanding work is rewarded and recognized. What is equally important is that we have to realize today that crime is not going to go away. Technology is one aspect which we all are going to have more and more in our lives. Surveillance technology, you look at technology in your own, every field. Union Home Minister mentioned forensics. Forensics will be equally important. But don't forget that your basic objective is to finally what? Is for the citizens to feel a sense of comfort that when they step out of their houses, when they are in their houses, there is a sense of security and safety. They know that the police will be there as a friend, as somebody who protects them. somebody who assures security. That's the key basic element in policing. And all the elements of policing are, in terms of the supervision which is to be done, as I said, it boils down to very small aspects of policing which you're taught in the police academies, you're taught in the police training colleges, etc. Are small things of what earlier Peter Drucker used to call managing by walking about. You have to be out on the field. You have to visit police stations. You have to inspect the GD diaries. You have to find out what is happening in the field. And once you are able to do that aspect, 80% of all the other aspects of policing fall into place. This is very, very critical. Because today, with inequalities rising, crime is going to go up. Cybercrime is going to go up exponentially in the years to come. So you have to tackle that. Somebody mentioned in our conversation, but something which I've been talking about for long years is human trafficking itself. Human trafficking is going up manifold. Partly again, inequality. People are desperate, want money, and therefore they are willing to sell their children, kidnap others, etc. for human trafficking. And this is something which is happening in a very large way. And then petty crimes will come. Because as people, you heard just something like, whatever, 30,000 people who are daily wagers commit suicides. It also means there is a certain element of pain in the society, and people are willing to do anything to get money. So whether it's chain snatching, whether it's petty crime, it's going to go up in a very large way. Law and order, if basic security is not provided, that society collapses. And that's the major role that you play, and a very, very important role that you play. Therefore, I just thought I should highlight some of these aspects because these are very, very crucial. We've got too much of what I call as general perception that police is under the control of the politicians. The politicians will do what they want. But you have seen officers who manage to get things done in spite of whatever is the political system. So if those officers can do it, so can you. I'm not saying that you don't listen to the political masters. You have to. They are, in one sense, political masters. But there is so much that you can do within your system, within the rule of law. And that basic, sticking to that. I was reminded, I think one of the officers here reminded me of my address in the National Police Academy in 2010. She was a probationer there. And she said, she remembers today what I told her, that please don't bend your back. Don't be spineless. And I think Mr. Prakash Singh has mentioned a number of times. He calls it another aspect of character. He says you have to show character, and you have to learn the art of what I call as interpersonal relationship. How to manage even the political bosses. For you, managing the political bosses is equally important task, because if you don't do, and for senior officers, it's equally important that not only do you manage your political bosses, you also protect your juniors. It is also equally important task for senior officers, that you protect juniors who are doing their work in accordance with law. And this is something which is at the back of my mind. I thought I should just share some thoughts on this with you. When the awards are presented, you will get a feeling of what all aspects are being covered. But I can tell you, for us in the jury, with the 200 applicants that came across sectors, right from inspector level to DG level initiatives that come in the diverse fields, from looking after senior citizens to looking after women, use of technology, cybercrime, use of drones. All these are being done by outstanding young police officers across the country. And I wanted to once again congratulate them for the tremendous initiative they've taken and for keeping our country safe. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing your vision and uh, encouraging all of us and inspiring us to deliver our respective duties. Going forward, sir, as you highlighted, there the 200 entries which we received, all of them were equally good, and some of them had to be chosen. That's why they were chosen. And what we have done from FICCI side is we have captured some of the best entries which we received this time and prepared a compendium of best practices in smart policing. May I request Shri Prakash Singh ji to release the compendium of best practices? This is the sixth volume of the compendium, FICCI compendium on best practices in smart policing, which we have received, and probably this is the only of this kind of a document which exists. Uh, After this session, we'll be sharing the copy with all of you, and we will also be circulating to different state police departments, to all the senior officers and state home departments as well. So moving forward, now it's the time to announce the awards. So may I request the dignitaries on the dais to please come on the platform where we'll be doing the award ceremony. So before we start, I'll also request Manjari ma'am and Alok sir to please join us for the award presentation ceremony. Alok ji, please join us. So as I mentioned, the jury was chaired by Mr. G.K. Pillai. Manjari ma'am and Alok sir, they've been part of the jury and they have put a lot of efforts in selecting the best entries. So now we go for the first category, which is border management, and the name of the initiative which has received award is Zero Cattle Smuggling and Controlled Crime Rate in Area of Responsibility in Indo-Bangladesh Border, and the award goes to Border Security Force. Uh, I'm not sure if the representative of BSF is here because we received just a message that he's still on his way. So in case we have representative of BSF, request him to kindly join us. Okay. So maybe we will call again. The next category is child safety, and the name of the initiative is Chiri Helpline, Children's Happiness and Innocence Rejoicing Initiative, which goes to Kerala Police. So may I request Mr. Rajpal Meena, DIG Kerala Police, to kindly receive the award. Chiri actually means smile in Malayalam. The next category is community policing, and the name of the initiative is Police Dadalora Khidki, and the award goes to Maharashtra State Police. So may I request Mr. Chandrakant Shelkar from Maharashtra Police to kindly join and receive the award. The details of all these initiatives are captured in the compendium, which we'll be sharing, and one can refer to those. The next category is crime investigation and prosecution, and the name of the initiative is Charkha AI powered criminal search technology, and the award goes to Bihar Police. So may I request Ms. Mamta Ojha to kindly join and receive the award. The next category is cyber crime management, and the name of initiative is E-Suraksha Chakra 2.0, and the award goes to Uttarakhand Police. May I request Mr. Ajay Singh from Uttarakhand State Police to kindly join us. The next category is disaster management and emergency response. This again goes to Kerala Police. So once again, I request Mr. Meena ji to kindly receive the award on behalf of Kerala Police. The next category is elderly safety, and the name of the initiative is Samarpan, which goes to Chhattisgarh Police. May I request Ms. Himani Khanna to kindly receive the award on behalf of Chhattisgarh Police. The next category is human trafficking, and the name of the initiative is Child Safety and Human Trafficking by Delhi Police. May I request Ms. Sukanya to kindly receive the award. Well, I'll take this opportunity to briefly mention about this initiative. This is Ms. Sukanya is a women constable in Delhi Police, and the initiative says, in light of startling increase in the kidnapping of girls of minor and major ages, the Anti-Human Trafficking Unit of the Crime Branch Delhi, being the nodal agency of trafficking matters in Delhi, used to contact the close relatives, friends, and neighbors to trace kidnapped and missing children. Thank you so much, ma'am, for the initiative. The next category is road safety and traffic management, and the initiative is centralized vehicle towing management system, and the award goes to Haryana Police. May I request Mr. Himanshu Garg to kindly receive the award. The next category is Smart Police Station, and the name of the the name of the police station, I would say, the police station Lakadganj, Nagpur city, and the initiative is of Maharashtra State Police. So may I request Mr. Mahadev Chandrakant Shelkar, to kindly receive the award. The next category is surveillance and monitoring, Name of the initiative is Drone Monitoring System, and it is submitted by West Bengal Police. Unfortunately, they couldn't join us, so we'll have their award sent to DGP's office. The next category is training and capacity building. The name of the initiative is Cyber Mitan by Chhattisgarh Police. May I request Mr. Prashant Agrawal to kindly join us and receive the award? The next category is women's safety. And the name of the initiative is Jhagda Natra Mukt Rajgarh, submitted by Madhya Pradesh Police. May I request Mr. Pradeep Sharma to kindly receive the award? The next category is other policing initiative, and the name of the initiative is Online Vigilance Clearance Portal, submitted by Jammu and Kashmir Police. May I request Mr. Anand Jain to kindly receive the award? Well, the jury also decided to confer special jury awards in certain categories because the initiatives were equally good. So I'll just move on to the special jury awards now. In the category child safety, for the initiative She Bharosa, AHT Cyber Lab, and the initiative is by Telangana State Police. May I request Ms. Swati Lakra to kindly join us and receive the award? In the category community policing, Kerala Police Assistant Chatbot Service is the name of the initiative which has been selected, submitted by Kerala Police, of course, and once again requesting Mr. Rajpal Meena to kindly receive the award on behalf of the police. For the category crime investigation and prosecution, the name of the initiative is E-Vivechna by Madhya Pradesh Police. May I request Mr. Chanchal Shekhar to kindly receive the award? For the category crime investigation and prosecution, the award goes to the initiative E-Beat Book by Delhi Police. May I request Mr. Premnath, Joint Commissioner Delhi Police, and Mr. Rohit Meena, DCP Crime, to kindly receive the award on behalf of Delhi Police. For the category cybercrime management, the winning initiative is Jarvis Sian by Uttar Pradesh Police. And may I request Mr. Amitabh Yash and Mr. Deepak Kumar to kindly receive the award? Could we have a round of applause, please? In the same category, which is cybercrime management, another initiative which has been conferred special jury award is Project Psychops by Madhya Pradesh Police, and I request Dr. Varun Kapoor to kindly join us and receive the award. For the category Disaster and Emergency Response, the winning initiative is संवेदना बाढ़ आपदा नियंत्रण एवं राहत कार्य by Chhattisgarh Police. May I request Mr. Santosh Kumar Singh to kindly receive the award on behalf of the Chhattisgarh Police. For the category Human Trafficking, the winning initiative is Basata We Care We Serve by Andhra Pradesh Police. May I request Mr. Rahul Dev Sharma to kindly join us and receive the award. Mr. Rahul Dev Sharma, I think he was here in the morning. Okay, maybe we'll call again. The next category is road safety and traffic management, and the name of the initiative Uttarakhand Traffic I app by Uttarakhand Police. May I request Mr. Keval Khurana to kindly receive the award on behalf of the state police. For the category Training and Capacity Building, the name of the winning initiative is Mindful Life Management MLM for Police by once again by Kerala Police. So requesting Mr. Rajpal Meena to once again join us for the award. For the category Women's Safety, the winning initiative is Facilitation Program for Women Peddling Liquor Illicitly to re-navigate them towards alternative employment by Meghalaya Police. So may I request Ms. Supriya Das to kindly receive the award on behalf of Meghalaya Police. For the category Other Policing Initiative, the winning initiative is Center for Employment Enhancement and Development SEED, once again by Kerala Police. So looks like a clean sweep by Kerala Police this time. Congratulations. For the Other Policing Initiative, the winning initiative is Operation Parivartan by Maharashtra State Police. And may I request Mr. Chanchal Shekhar to kindly join us and receive the award. For the other policing initiative category, the initiative which has won the award is Right to Education RTE by CRPF. May I request Mr. Rajesh G to kindly join us and receive the award on behalf of CRPF? Well, besides these categories, uh, there was another special jury award which jury has been conferring on various state police. This time, they have conferred Smart Innovative Policing Award to Kerala Police. Kerala Police has been facilitated with special jury award for smart innovative policing for the multiple initiatives undertaken for the betterment of state under various categories like child safety, community policing, smart police station, and other policing initiative. This recognition, of course, is in addition to the various awards which have been conferred to them today. So, may I request Sri Rajpal Meena ji to kindly receive this award on behalf of the Kerala State Police. Now we come to now we've given award to all the categories, all the initiatives, and heartiest congratulations to all the winners. And FICCI appreciates the efforts made by all the applicants for submitting and informing us. Well, this entire exercise would not have been done had the jury would not have taken the kind of pain they have taken and the kind of efforts they have put in. So once again, I request everybody to give a round of applause to all our jury members, and and uh, and it's time to facilitate our jury as well. So may I request uh, Mr. Prakash Singh ji to kindly present the mementos to our jury members, to Mr. G.K. Pillai. To Ms. Manjari Jaruhar. Mr. Alok Bansal. We have two more jury members, Dr. Muktesh Chandra and Dr. Sushma Yadav, who are traveling and unfortunately couldn't join us. So we would like to thank for their efforts as well. So once again, congratulations to all the award winners, and thank you, sir, for kindly facilitating the winners and encouraging them. Now, may I request the members to please join us on the dais. So moving forward with the deliberations, it's an honor for me to invite Sri Prakash Singh ji, the former DGBSF and DGP UP and Assam, to kindly deliver his special address.
Mr. Neeraj Gupta, Mr. Samit Gupta, Mr. Pillai, Mr. Tungar, and distinguished members of the audience. It's a privilege to be here giving away these Smart Policing Awards. Smart Police has been our dream, a dream we cherish, and we look forward to this dream being realized at the ground level. The concept of a smart policing, as was told to you, was given by no less a person than the Prime Minister himself at the Guwahati Conference of Director Generals of Police in 2014. And when he initiated this concept, our hearts were filled with joy and, if I may add, great expectations. We thought at last police reforms are going to take place and we'll really have a smart police, not only sartorially but actually on the ground. A smart police, a sensitive police, an accountable police, a responsive police, a techno-savvy police. That is what we look forward to. But we had not reckoned with the kind of opposition that would be generated in the states, and not that we are impressed with the enthusiasm shown by the Government of India itself in executing or implementing this idea. Of course, all over India there was some kind of a tacit understanding that these reforms have to be opposed, and while several state governments made the farce of compliance, charade of compliance or show of compliance, but when we analyzed what they had done at the ground level, we found that they had actually, in letter and spirit, gone against, if not actually violated, the directions of the Supreme Court. And those states which passed laws, pretending that yes, we are passing these laws in compliance of Supreme Court directions, but those laws, again, if you examine them, we found that there was an attempt to give legal cover to the status quo. So it meant no change at the ground level, and we continue to be saddled almost with the same kind of colonial policing that we inherited from the British. Whatever changes have taken place have been cosmetic and have not touched the root of the problem. Police needs systemic changes, and those systemic changes nobody is prepared to introduce. Any party that comes into power, they think that police is the best arrangement that they can have, with police at their beck and call to support their flock and put behind bars those of the opposition. Of course, those suffering today, they may suffer today, but tomorrow when they always look forward to the time when they would come back to power and would be able to pay back in the same coin the other party. So politically there is a lot of hypocrisy and lip sympathy for police reforms. That is the tragedy of this country, and a tragedy which we continue to suffer. But nevertheless, I would say whatever the Prime Minister said is having some effect, even if it is peripheral, even if it is cosmetic. It is having some effect definitely on the functioning of the police, and changes are taking place in matters like infrastructure, in terms of filling up manpower, improving communications, improving transport, more forensic laboratories, and things like that are happening. And the concept of smart policing also was discussed in regional workshops with the Bureau of Police Research and Research and Development, organized at different places in the country. And they also summed up the best practices being observed by different police forces and circulated them to the other state governments for adoption with such modifications as they may consider necessary. So changes are taking place, and I would not say changes are not taking place, but not at the pace, not at the speed, or not with the momentum we look forward to or this country really needs. In this effort to improve policing in the country, I would say the industry has also come forward. Again, not to that extent, I would say, but they have come forward to some extent. I say not to that extent because soon after police reforms, I remember having written a letter, about 15, 16 letters I wrote to captains of industry across the country. I mean, to the Birlas, the Tatas, and Mangalams, and whatever you have in the. I wrote letters to all of them that look, you have a stakes in good policing, and you need to understand that you are a very vital and a very important stakeholder in police reform. How? If police are efficient, if they are competent, if they respond to a situation promptly, you will have a peaceful ambience. And in a good law and order situation, it is industry which will prosper. You don't want a situation where the industry may be overwhelmed by a strike, the manager may be held to ransom, part of the property may be burned down. You don't want that kind of situation. And if you don't want that kind of situation, you need a professional police force. And that is what we are striving for when we talk of police reforms. A few years back, when there was Jat agitation in Haryana over reservation, I was asked to inquire into that. I submitted a report which of course got stuck into the throats of Haryana government. But in that report I wrote that look, what the agitators have done in Haryana, all the terrorist organizations together, I mean, whether it's Lashkar-e-Toiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed and all the rest of them, if you had given them a free run of the country, even they would not have been able to inflict so much damage on the country's economy as the reservationists did in Haryana during those 15 days. I mean, I visited 100 scenes of crime, and it was so painful to see, I mean, millions worth of industrial equipment just burnt down. When I said, इसका दाम क्या होगा? 25 लाख. इसका दाम क्या होगा? जो जल के रखा हुआ था, 30 lakh. And all that was destroyed in no time just because they want reservation and they wanted to browbeat and bully the government. So you are very important stakeholders in good policing, in smart policing, and that you need to realize. Don't wait for the day when you suffer and then you realize, oh, I wish the police were responsive and they had given us protection. You are very important stakeholders, and I must say, FICCI has been one of the groups which has contributed to smart policing, because I will go back to 1975 when on the 10th of July you organized a round table on smart policing, and this is mentioned in my latest book on the struggle for police reforms in India. You get one full page in that. You may get hold of the book to see the reference to the FICCI. And in this 1975 conference, of course this was organized in collaboration with the Indian Police Foundation and the IPS Central Association. You called for a robust criminal justice system. You called for implementation of Supreme Court directions. You called for police being equipped with state-of-the-art weapons. You gave a call for improvement in the infrastructure of the police. And you called for greater technological inputs into police functioning. All that happened in 1975. It's recorded in the book. So since then, you have been giving awards, smart policing awards, under a very long range of categories. I must say I was impressed by the very long range of categories which you have picked up, because it would mean inspiration and boost to the morale of these policemen, and they would be motivated into producing better results. I mean, when I look at the police officers of the current generation, I mean, I must admit that police officers of the current generation are far more brilliant, far more qualified because we came with simple humanities degrees, most of us. I was myself a Master of Arts in History. But today you find, I mean, IIT, IIM and medicine and all, I mean, you have all the expertise in the police. And the boys are really brilliant. But I'm sorry to say that I mean, you are better mentally, you're better equipment-wise, you're better resources-wise, any day, far better. I mean, we belong to almost a primitive age when we think of the resources in our time. When I go to NPA, I say it's a dream. I mean, what we had in CPTC was क्या घुड़साल में हम लोगों की ट्रेनिंग हो गई थी, पर ठीक है वहाँ भी ट्रेनिंग करके निकले हम लोग. But there's one area where I sometimes have a doubt, where we probably score over the present generation. That is values. We upheld those values. There was a generation of police officers who were prepared to risk their lives, sacrifice their lives for the sake of the country's integrity. And we fought the toughest battles in the country. And we never shirked in going to a difficult area. At the very start of my career, अभी नौकरी मेरी शुरू हुई थी, ASP था मैं, अभी सीनियर स्केल भी नहीं मिला था, मुझे नागालैंड भेज दिया गया. I never went to anyone कि साहब मुझे नागालैंड मत भेजिए. Just quietly एक बच्चे को, पंकज को मैंने उठाला, who is now DGBSF today. पीयूष को हमारी वाइफ ने उठाया, हम लोग चले गए नागालैंड. And we spent 4 years there. So, and in retrospect, it was one of the finest periods of my service career. So, in terms of values, in terms of accepting difficulties, challenging, risking our lives, and working with a mission that yes, we have to protect the country, we have to defend the country. Khalistan movement has to be defeated. That was the spirit. That somehow is missing. Values are missing. I hope I'm not right. I hope you prove me wrong. But this is one area where I feel sorry. Well, this is a challenge to you. Not that they are not brilliant officers today. They are brilliant officers and they are committed officers also. But their percentage is very much less compared to what we have in our generation. Police job in India is becoming tough and tougher and even tougher with every passing year. Why? Because the internal security challenges are not being dealt with in the manner they should be. We could wipe out terrorism from Punjab in 10 years. I could wipe out terrorism from Terai in 1 year. Punjab in 10 years, Terai just 1 year. We could wipe out. But today for 20, 30 years, the Maoist movement is going on in the central India. Why? There's something seriously wrong. Something seriously wrong, and that needs to be audited by Government of India. But nobody is prepared to do an audit. At one stage, I offered Chhattisgarh government that I am prepared to do this audit free of cost. No, I will not charge anything. Just give me the facility to go to place A and B. So the Chief Minister said, yes, ये तो बहुत अच्छा ऑफर है, ये आपको करिए इसको. But the officers shot down the proposal कि अगर कहीं प्रकाश सिंह अगर आ गए तो सब हमको नंगा कर देंगे, इसलिए इनको मत आने दो. They shot down the proposal. So, there's something seriously wrong the way Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Bihar are handling the Maoist problem. That needs to be understood. And this problem, I belong to a breed which believes that there is no problem which cannot be solved. The point, you have to have the proper strategy for it, proper approach to it. You have to place the best officers for it, give him the necessary degree of autonomy, and let him sort it out. And these problems can be sorted out. So, but meanwhile, the subject here is smart policing. I would only say you are much smarter than we were. You are definitely any day smarter than we were. But put this smartness to proper effect, to proper use. And as Mr. Pillai said, yes, political interference is always there. It was there in our time, it is there in your time. Maybe it is worse today because several things are worse, so that is also getting worse. But we handle it and you also handle it. Once you take a stand, I have always told, when I talk to the probationers, I'll tell them that, look, a politician will exploit you only to the extent you are prepared to bend. Once he knows कि भाई ये आदमी सिर्फ रहा है, इसको दबाने की कोशिश मत करो, वो आपको, they will not even approach you for a separate. Or only the worst of them would approach you. I'll put it that way. So, when India is facing formidable challenges of internal security, you have all the equipment, you have all the gadgetry, you have all the technology, and we are moving fast. We are on the threshold of emerging as a global power. But we can really be a global power if you can't be, as a Common Cause report on the status of policing says, you can't be a world power with a feudal police. Police has to be modernized. Police has to be progressive. Police has to be reformed. It has to be rejuvenated. there lies the challenge, and I look forward to the present generation of police officers, definitely smarter, measuring up to the challenge and taking India forward. Thank you very much, FICCI, for organizing this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for sharing your vision. Very, very inspiring for all of us. And sir, you also highlighted the role of industry and the role industry could further play in the entire ecosystem of policing. And sir, you very rightly highlighted some of the value policing with the angle which you brought in. So that is again something which all youngsters would look at. So thank you so much, sir, for first of all kindly joining us and sharing your vision with us. Now, moving forward, may I request Mr. Nilesh Tungar, who is the co-chair of FICCI Committee on Homeland Security, to deliver his closing address.
Mr. Prakash Singh, Mr. G.K. Pillai, Neeraj Gupta, respected jury members of the Smart Policing Board, senior officials from government and the police agencies, my colleagues from the industry, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to thank, and it's an interesting gathering today, and the use of technology and the way the awards have spanned across categories. It's really very heartening to see the whole effect that's happening of technology in the smart policing. So, would like to congratulate the winners of the Smart Policing Award for the good work that has been done in managing all odds and the way the whole policing process has gone about. Equal praises and for the efforts of all the participants who have participated in the policing awards. I think 200 is a very large number. Would like to see a much larger one with very different categories, I guess, but it's an amazing number to see of 200. Also, would like to thank the jury for a painstaking work, because it's not easy to get 200 entries and then look at which are the best ones to go ahead with. Because it's also a part about appreciating, as was spoken by Mr. Pillai, of how do you really appreciate the efforts and the inputs that have come in. For all of you, I can say it's really difficult for a citizen to understand what it takes to be motivated for taking up innovative approaches to address problems of citizens, increase efficiencies of the department despite numerous divergence and resistance. Society prospers, that Mr. Neeraj Gupta spoke. Society prospers and the economy grows faster in a safer and secure environment. Mr. Pillai also spoke about it. I think all of us certainly believe and have heard about it before many times. But how do you create mechanisms so that the cross-section of society and economy continues to keep ensuing that people who bear the responsibility of keeping us all safe and secure are motivated and supported in all possible ways so that the good work continues as well. Therefore, FICCI, being an industry body, decided to do its part, not only in terms of recognizing and felicitating some of the best models of policing, but also capturing those works in the compendium. I believe it's an interesting read, not only for general people like us or the industry, but it's also for the other police departments and agencies to also look at and see what can be emulated faster. Today, you see a lot of apps being actually put up, and believe me, creating an app and actually replicating it across is the easiest thing that one can do. And we can certainly learn from these. And this compendium will, of course, go a long way in trying to help how do we do that forward. It also helps in making people aware of the changing face of policing in the country, which our Honorable Prime Minister talked about and envisaged in smart policing. It's evident from the year-on-year submissions that have happened of the Smart Policing Award, the number of technology inputs in areas that have come in, right from AI, looking at cyber. And I think that's going to be one big thing where a lot of people, today India is proud that we have more digital transactions and in multiples than any global economy in the world. And believe me, that brings the biggest threat of actually people, and of course a lot of awareness that's happening around it. But I think cyber is going to play a huge role in terms of how we really help people out. It's not going to be those typical crimes that happen on the street. It's actually something that's happening on your mobile phone that's creating the issue. So from that perspective, I think it's an important aspect that the industry, of course, can help. And here is where I would say that we should create engagement models, and FICCI would like to play a very important role in actually engaging with the police forces to help you out solve issues. So if you can come up with problem statements of what you want to solve, we as FICCI would like to take the initiative to work with you to actually help you get industry to solve those problems. And we can create a forum where we can actually work together on this aspect. Uh, as a matter of fact, I would urge the police forces to look at FICCI as their partner, to look at how do we solve some of these things. And believe me, with current technology evolution and the startups in India, I think it's an incredible opportunity for MSMEs and startups to engage and the police forces to actually get their problems solved in a much faster and quicker manner. We also solicitate your views in terms of and feedbacks in terms of how the next set of awards on the smart policing, what categories we should add, and we would like to take inputs from you so that we can make it more comprehensive and also meaningful for people to connect with. I will end my closing address by saluting our policemen, officers, and the entire law enforcement agencies that are there in the country for performing their duties on ground. I think COVID really showed us what really matters on the street and how the Indian law enforcement agencies actually went about keeping us all safe and alive. So thank you very much and Jai Hind. Thank
Thank you, co-chair. Thank you for sharing your views. Before we conclude this session, there's a small announcement which I would like to mention. Uh, well, just outside in the lobby, we have a stall where we have, you know, kept book written by Miss Manjari Jaruhar, Madam Sir, which is actually a very good book, very good read. So I'll encourage you all to have a look at that. And Madam is here. It's a great opportunity to get this signed from her. So please do visit that stall and have a look at the book. And sir, with your permission, can we have a group photograph of all winners with you? Yeah. So नहीं यहाँ पे हो जाएगा ना. So may I request the winners to please join us for a group photograph? All the winners to kindly. Well, all the winners may kindly join us for the group photograph on the dais. And other delegates, if may I request the other delegates to kindly join us for tea outside, and we'll be assembling back in this room in another 15 minutes. But all the award winners to kindly join us for the group photograph.
Come on the rear side.
मैम आप आइए ना. Of course. आलोक जी.
So we request all of you to kindly settle down, please. We are starting with the next session. So next session we have on games of drones changing the face of warfare. For that, I would like to invite our moderator, Major General R.C. Paddy, retired, former ADG, Military Operations and CEO, and Director, Indisoft Technologies. I request him to kindly join the dais, please. Would, would also like to invite our distinguished speakers, Major General Dinesh Kumar Singh, SM Additional Director General, Assam Rifles. Request to kindly join us on dais, please. Group Captain R.K. Narang, VM retired, author and expert, aviation and strategic affairs. Request him to kindly join on the dais, please. Group Captain Narang. Mr. Maninder Pratap Singh Pawar, DIG, BSF. Major General Bishamba Dayal, VSM retired, Executive Director, Optic Electronics India Private Limited. Thank you all of you for joining on the dais. Major General Paddy, over to you, sir.
थोड़ा सा आगे पीछे करने के लिए क्या करना पड़ेगा? Mic is on. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and pleasure to be here today in this FICCI conference. And I welcome my fellow panelist, Major General Dinesh Kumar Singh, who is the Additional Director General, Assam Rifle, Group Captain R.K. Singh, who is an author and expert, and is from the aviation, author and expert of aviation and strategic affairs. Then we have got Mr. Maninder Pratap Singh Pawar, he is the DIG BSF in the force headquarters here. And we have got Major General Bishamba Dayal. You must have seen him several times on TVs deliberating on various defense related issues. And I hope this particular session is going to be very interesting because the topic is the game of drones in the changing the face of warfare. So the entire discussion is mostly going to be focusing on the various drone applications in the defense sector. So what I request is that we have got 1 hour time. It is 11:35. I would like to finish it wind up by 12:30 or so. And I'll request my fellow panelists to
spend about 10 minutes, and I'll just take a couple of minutes just to initiate the thought process and the discussions to take forward. So we all have seen in the recent times how the drones have changed the uh, outcome of the warfares in Azerbaijan, Armenia, Russia, Ukraine, ISIS, even India also has faced several drone attacks from our neighbors. As far as Indian Army is concerned, after the Kargil war, the drones were introduced in the Indian Army, and the RT Directorate, we have got specialized SATA batteries, and we imported drones from the Israelis. The first thing is that the drone is just a platform. So once we got that drone, then the next question was how to utilize them. So we digitized the maps. We created the three-dimensional digital maps for the drones. And at initial period, when I look back, around 2000, beginning of the 2000, it was just an imaging. And during night time, daytime, they were flying and all kind of images. But the interpretation or collecting the intelligence was really not that effective. We just could identify the targets or enemy targets. Thereafter, we started, looking for how to do the measurements, how to get better intelligence outputs from those images. So with ADE, which is a laboratory of the DRDO, we are working to how to, interpret it. But there was no Indian softwares available. And then there was no standardized method. But in the last 5 years, what I have seen, there are tremendous changes in the technology. So basically, the drones, when we are using it, either for surveillance or for combat roles, or for using it for, when we are testing our weapon systems. So we also use them, drones, for target, for using as a target. And drones, initially, it was only when we were talking about drones, it was only for the in the air. But drones underwater, drones on ground. So now the drones, there are many types of drones have come. And we all have seen how the swarm drones have come into picture and their effectiveness in the modern warfare. But if you see the drones, it is a combination of a lot of technologies. Drone comes with a platform. Then we need the GNSS system, that is Global Navigational Satellite System. Popularly, what we have seen is the GPS or the Galileo version of the European Union or the GLONASS of the Russian version. But when I look back, during the Kargil warfare, we were depending on the GPS. But the GPS signals, what we were getting was degraded. And what our adversary Pakistanis were getting were upgraded. So that is why our Indian regional navigational satellite system came into picture, which is now commissioned, the NAVIC version of it. But still, we do not have that enough confidence to use that. Ultimately, when you are using a drone, the most important thing is to get the actual location of your enemy targets. That is very important. So it has got a combination of a lot of technologies. The GNS is also one of them. Then we have got the sensors. So if you have got only the electrical optical sensors, so you can only do the daytime imaging. But if you have to go for the imaging during night or imaging under below the cloud or in other difficult climatic conditions or in jungle areas, you need other kind of sensors, infrared sensors, thermal sensors, LiDAR sensors. So that is one area, one vertical. Third vertical is, of course, artificial intelligence. The fourth vertical is your processing that requires a lot of expertise from different disciplines, right from computer science, mathematics background, and many other areas. So drone gives us a lot of opportunities as far as the military drones are concerned. And of course, before I missed out, the most important aspect is the combat drones. That also I'd like to just touch upon that. So this is what I explained to you, and this was the beginning. How the drone was used, the pigeons were used in 1908, so 100 years back. And then this comes the drones of various types, which is used in the defense forces, both land versions, air and water. And in the land versions particularly, or I am from the Corps of Engineers, the important thing is the mine laying, mine breaching, and then when you have got the IEDs, how to engage your drones in 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 detonating the IEDs or picking them up so that the casualties do not take place. Okay, so this is what I said. The drone is a complete system. When I look at it from an industrial point of view, so we need to create an ecosystem of the different subsystems, drone, and then the what I discussed about the data processing capability, the GNSS capability, and the other verticals of the difference. And that if you come here, these are some of them I have summed up, like embedded technologies, FPGA and digital design, hardware design, then big data and artificial intelligence, production and integration. So many things comes into picture. So we need an ecosystem, robust ecosystem in India, in different states, and we need to. Then only we can have a very effective combat drones for the Indian Armed Forces. These are some of the varieties of drones. We all are aware about that: fixed wing, then the rotary wings, and then the hybrid types. And when we look at the military applications, you can see. So these are some of the important military applications: surveillance, low intensity conflict operations, combat engineering, weaponized platform, hazardous mission specific communication reconnaissance, and also the use of drones in nuclear and chemical warfare. That I have not listed it here, but I have got a slide on that also. Then comes, the surveillance drones is the most popular one. We all have been seeing them and aware about that and how the surveillance drones are being used. But now, what I would like to point out is that recently I have gone through an RFP of the Indian Army. So that is this, and there, if you see the requirement is so complicated. It says the surveillance quadricopter should consist of, among other things, one aerial vehicle per system, one color day video camera, monochromatic night and thermal sensors, and so many things. It should be have so many capabilities. Now it should be operable in high altitude. It should be operable in the desert area. It has to. So now the problem is our aspirations are based on our terrain condition. And we all know that we have got the northern border, we have got high altitude, that the drones will have behave differently. Then we have got the desert area, we have got the jungle areas. So if you look at the RFP, so the whole lot of aspirations are brought into one drone system, which will not work. We need multiple drone systems, which can be effectively used in high altitude, which can be effectively used in low altitude. So when I was going through this critical requirement, I found that it wants that it should be the high altitude drones have to fly maximum temperature of 40 degree to 45 degrees centigrade and minimum of minus 20 to minus 10 degrees centigrade. At the same time, it should have a life of withstanding 500 landings, while the standard version should have last for at least 1000 landings. And that is not the end of it. So when I was looking at it, then I realized that our requirement for the defense forces is quite complex as far as the surveillance drones are concerned. I have not yet come into the combat the drones. However, although we have made some progress, but in warfare we cannot afford to be number two. Number two is always the loser. We always know that. So we have to be number one. So when I was analyzing what is our existing capability, so like one combat drone, what the important is the Ghatak, which is likely to be commissioned around 2025, and DRDO is working on that. But this is a still the variety of that. Whereas if you look at the American variety, they are much ahead as far as the world is concerned. America combat drones are number one, then followed by, of course, Israel and many other countries. Now you look at their system. These are very popular drone combat, which is used by the Americans for their combat roles. And they have got, the price is 10.5, price per aircraft is $10.5 million and payload up to 1.7 tons. Range is 3,000 kilometer and maximum flying time is 36 hours. Look at that, specifications which it is capable of, and look at our specifications which we are aspiring in 2025. So the gap is quite big. So the industry has to now chip in with the hand-holding support of the government. Then this is another combat drone which I found from the Turkish, so which has got also the same capability. It can launch attack using grenade of 40 millimeter grenade with a 40 millimeter grenade launcher with assault rifle of 5.56 millimeter, which is can be fixed on that, and you can you can target your enemy using that. So they are quite ahead worldwide when I analyze that. So now this is another image of that. Then when I was looking at the ground drones, so this is the DRDO variety which we have got right now. It is called the ground-mounted remotely operated vehicle, which can be used for detonating IEDs or mines. I'm happy that this is also, the Daksh is also another DRDO variety, which is also operational. And but still, I'm not satisfied with that, because technology is never static; it is dynamic in nature. So we need to upgrade from the existing capability to the next level and next level and next level. But happy that we have got something with us and we can always upgrade. Then look at, you see how the IED is being extracted using that. Then this is also another variety of drone which DRDO is developed, and that is for chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear explosive. The most important thing here is the sensors. So one is the drone as a platform, and then the sensors which can detect the there is a radiological sensor, there is a biological sensor, there is a chemical sensor, there is an explosive detector sensor. So we need to work on these areas. And these are some of the unmanned vehicles. And the last thing is the anti-drone system. So where everybody is now talking about, because there is so many drones worldwide. So and we need so when I was examining what is our capability and where do we stand as far as the anti-drones are concerned, then I found that India has tested radar systems capable to capture the drones or block the system. When the drone has got multiple systems, it has got a communication system. So we need to jam that communication system. Then for detection, we need the radar system. And then to neutralize, we need the gun, anti-drone guns. So look at that, our adversaries, the China is quite way ahead of us. The Americans are in any case, they are much ahead of us. So in future, this autonomous drones is going to be augmented by our adversaries. And so we need to really work on it to have good anti-drone systems. That is what so the Indian Air Force, Indian Navy, and Indian Army, they need large number of drones, anti-drones, which can be operated in the air, on ground, and underwater. So there are a lot of challenges, a lot of systems are there. So we need to work on that. Opportunities are there. Thank you very much. With this, I invite my fellow panelists. I go by Major General Dinesh Kumar Singh, who is the Additional Director General, Assam Rifle, to put across his ideas and
Respected Chair, fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be speaking as a user or the practitioner of what drones can do for us in various operations, and I'll limit myself basically to the conventional part. Now, in a nutshell, what we want drones to do is exactly what is happening to me right now, because I think the slides are behind. I can't see. I want myself to see what is being projected. So what I cannot see, I want drones to do that for me. Now, basically, I'll just cover my talk under the following things as to what is the concept which we look at in both defensive and offensive operations, and what is a likely role. We'll see various aspects, and then, as the chair had mentioned, about certain aspects of counter drone technology. Now, basically, there are a number of ways in which you can classify drones. But one way in which how the army or the services look at it is anything which flies up to range, has a range of 10 kilometers, you can classify in the category of quadcopter. Thereafter, a short term or a tactical RPA up to 20, and thereafter 100. That medium altitude, long endurance, which can have a range of up to 100 kilometers, can fly up to 32,000 feet or so. Similarly, the high altitude up to 350 kilometers range, and as indicated here, an altitude of about 45,000 feet and having an endurance of about 30 hours. Now, all these medium altitude or high altitude drones could be armed, could be unarmed, or we can also use it for logistics purpose. So this is the broad classification what we look at. Now, how do we imagine that? How are we going to apply these drones in the warfare? The first thing would be that we have to achieve a symmetry, whether in terms of numbers, that is quantity, or qualitatively. One can only achieve total whatever purpose we have set out for the role of this drone in case we have symmetry. In case there is parity, it is difficult to achieve. Second issue is we should look for out of proportional gains. That is, the aim should be to debilitate the enemy and not just carry out basic functions. And when we use any system to achieve asymmetry and gain out of proportional gains, it has to be an integrated approach of all the services and, in fact, all the organs of the government. Now, whatever drones we are using, it should offer us the flexibility in operations, that it should be able to switch from one to another. What the chair had mentioned, that we cannot make drones so difficult also that to integrate everything into one system is not possible. But then if you have category of drones, they offer you the flexibility to interchange the roles from one to another. Survivability of your assets is a very, very important part, whether on air or on ground, or the information that it is going to give you. Eventually, what you're looking at is if it can save the important and so very expensive manpower. It is just not possible to have machines doing everything which humans can do, but then wherever it is possible, we should look at drones replacing the boots on ground. Now, this will only be possible if we have a robust communication architecture to support it. Whether it is because drones either are controlled by the ground control station or they are on autonomous mode, but the information that they are passing is based on the communication architecture. So that has to be very, very robust. And in the end, last 2 points, basically, if required, it should be able to bolster our logistics capability, whether in terms of medical supplies, whether in terms of critical equipment which we need to deliver somewhere. And our system should be able to counter the drone capability of our adversary. Now, this is what the chair had mentioned in his inaugural talk, that drones have been extensively used in various wars or campaigns, right, starting from Gulf to Libya, Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, still being used, and the latest example is the war on Ukraine. Now, in the Indian context, how do we look at what role can they be possibly be employed on? The first and the foremost remains the intelligence, acquisition, surveillance, and reconnaissance. Right now, these are being done either by men on ground or by our aircrafts or by satellites. Now, drone, given its loitering capability and long endurance and the ability to scan the area for a long time, these three roles can very well be done by the drones. Second, we look at achieving the battlefield transparency. At the tactical level, by the time the information which a tactical commander is looking, it takes time for him to give his requests, the requests being exceeded, and thereafter the information getting back at him. But if we have the drones which are there in the tactical battle area for a long time, he can be fed directly. So the tactical commanders can get the battlefield transparency very easily. Now, next 2 points are basically when we use them in the offensive mode. Whether to attack the static ground targets, this could be defenses, this could be their artillery gun positions, there could be logistics installations, the command and control structures, or mobile targets like artillery gun positions, his movement of his mechanized formations, or any other force which is moving. So in both scenarios, drones can be employed in offensive and roles. Another thing which is very effectively used, can be used effectively by drones is the fire control. That is in terms of directing of fire, in terms of correcting of fire, and also carrying out the post-strike damage assessment. Because by the virtue that it is able to remain undetected at a low altitude for a long time. It can help in bolstering the communication. The ground communication can be jammed. But if you have communication infrastructure in the air, this can enhance your ranges and also give you secure communication. As far as the combat support mission is concerned, it is the reverse of providing communication to own troops. It is denying communication to the enemy by employing airborne jammers, which can really create havoc in terms of suppressing his AD networks, in terms of his communication network. Now, defensive drones is basically if enemy is using his drones to do what we are doing, our drones should have the capability of countering them and targeting them. Logistics I had covered earlier, that in terms of key logistics support in needed, drones should be able to perform that task. Cyber attack is another area in which drones can be effectively used. And should we choose to employ the CBRN, it should give us the capability of delivering those kind of weapons. At the same time, drones can also be used in case our adversary uses CBRN in the area in a contaminated environment. Our drones can be employed to operate in those areas where it is difficult for our humans to go till the time the area is sanitized. Drones can be used to sanitize a particular area, contaminated area. Now, coming out of this basic broad roles, these are certain specific roles in which drones can be employed. That is for the electronic support measure, electronic counter measure, or electronic counter measure. That is to ensure that our communications work. We deny the enemy his communication ability, and in case enemy is targeting our communications, we are able to counter that. UAVs can also be, or drones can also be employed as decoys for missiles, decoys for our aircraft, so to fool the enemy AD systems, so that when actually our missiles or our aircrafts go, the enemy targets the decoys and our missions are able to go through. Electronic countermeasure I had already mentioned, so it is just this thing of that, and gathering the electronic intelligence of whatever intelligence electronically is being available in the area. The drone should be able to pick up that, because these are very specific roles. Now, though I said that I'll be talking only of the conventional operation, but then sub-conventional operations again is an area which our adversary is using and will continue to use against us. So this is where drones come into play. These are very effective in underdeveloped area or jungle terrain. Now, there is a school of thought which says that drones are not very effective in foliage or underdeveloped terrain, but then it is better to have something rather than not having anything. If nobody can go, at least drones can give us some inputs on that. Now, in various borders, we have insurgent camps across the borders. These camps can easily be targeted by drones, by the armed drones. Surgical strikes, which we had few years ago, that, and we had a loss of aircraft, and a pilot was also injured in that. Drones is an alternative to such manned missions, in which we can do a surgical strike in targeting the camps or whatever we want aim to target at. Similarly, in case some of our people need search and rescue, drones can be employed for two reasons. First, to locate them, and in case any emergency supply for their sustenance is required. Now, employability in contaminated environment, I had already said that is one option which already there. And in our counter-infiltration or counter-terrorist operations, there is a large number of times when we have to go to an area, cordon it, but it is physically not possible, keeping in account the terrain as existing, as also the requirement of troops which it takes. So the gaps which are will not be able to fill by physical presence, drones can be used to loiter over the area and keep surveillance. And if required, our forces can be moved accordingly. Crowd management remains another area which in sub-conventional operations, because crowds take last time to build up. Drones can give you the early warning as to from which areas the crowd is coming in. Once the crowd is there, you can drop leaflets, you can make announcements, you can do a lot of things to ensure that the crowd management is carried out by unmanned areas. Now, this is what the broad parameters we are looking at, the employability. Now, how do we look at the future? What do we want the industry to do? Because as a user, this is what I would want my drones to do for me. As the chair had mentioned that US and China are ahead, but then we have to start from somewhere. Now, we need something which can be used as a force multiplier, performing multiple roles. And when I say multiple roles, it does not mean that one equipment only is performing every role. It is various class of drones which can help out each other, which can interchange roles. So multitasking is what we look at the drones to perform for us. Artificial intelligence is something, if is incorporated within the systems which are in the drones, it will really help in whatever mission it is going in for, whether it is integration, whether it is targeting, whether it is reconnaissance, whether it is post-damage assessment. This is something which will help in majorly in achieving our missions. Now, analysis for building situational awareness, this needs to be done by the human. However, if it is AI incorporated, to some extent this can be done, and thereafter the further situational awareness can be built up by the tactical or the strategic commanders who are sitting and analyzing the situation. Now, next is we look at the system which can really overwhelm the enemy systems. That is detection system in large numbers or swarming the particular area. So even if he has the targeting capability, he is not able to destroy what we are achieving at. As also, if we are looking at attacking some place, it should have the capability that you totally swarm the area and carry out the effect which you want on the target end. Independent command and control mechanism, this is a debatable point as to where, for how much autonomy you can give the system, because it is something like you give that, okay, anything moving, if it has weapons, can be targeted. Now, AI-based drone would calculate that, it would assess and target. But if enemy knows that, it will do some countermeasures so that you hit the wrong target, or it will take some action. So command and control, how much autonomy to be given to the system is something which needs to be deliberated. And lastly is the reduction in dependence on land forces as also the Air Force for carrying out basic reconnaissance, giving this intelligence, etc. Now, how does, if all this or some of it is achieved, how does drone become the weapon of future? First is, for whatever roles I have said, so far it was only being done through human means, whether it is by the army on ground or by the Air Force in the air, or the naval in the sea by the physical presence of people. If we are able to achieve some of it or all of it, it will greatly reduce the human involvement and thus save the precious human life. Or not only life, it is also the resources. Then you can use the human component for more specific purposes, for more directed purpose. Second is the affordability. I have a slide little ahead which gives out the comparison between the cost of a drone or cost of an aircraft or a missile. So drones are a much affordable solution available to us in future. And obviously, since it is unmanned, it gives you deniability. Before your operations actually commence, if you have targeted something, you can always say it is not us. What our adversaries have been doing so far. Because it is a piece of equipment which is flying in the air, even if it is shot down, even if it is brought down, the deniability is there. So the escalation which would happen because of involvement of humans, this gives us a great amount of deniability. Obviously, the greater design, better design will give us that much more operational flexibility, and the versatility of equipment will give us more versatile combat missions. Another issue is which drones give us is the psychological edge. When a person knows that he is being watched all the time, he is psychologically his morale gets degraded. You see a number of places you are being watched, those video cameras are there, automatically people start behaving. Now imagine the same thing in combat situation where he knows whether in attack or in defense that he is being watched and he can be targeted any time. It makes a lot of difference on the psyche of that soldier. And in case we are able to develop what we call the swarms or the capability which we desire, it will have a prohibitive cost for developing the counter drone technology, which will weaken I would say, the economy of our adversary. Now, keeping all these things in view, what are the advantages? These are self-explanatory. Is the force protection we are able to achieve and save human lives. Affordability, we will be able to achieve the battle space integration in a much better way. And the end user control, that is the tactical commander, he has the ability to see and understand the situation much, much better. What I had mentioned about the comparison, if you look at it, all the aircrafts are 62, 64, 130 or $250 million. Now this is a basic cost. If you are looking at more specific equipment on the planes, the cost goes astronomically high. Similarly, then you come to missiles, you see the cost of missiles, and thereafter you see the cost of drones. And here we are not including the human cost of training, the people, and the cost which it entails in case we lose some of them. Now, lastly, the counter drone measures. Now, detection and tracking system, it could be in terms of radars, in terms of radio frequency or geolocating systems, electro-optical sensors. There are a number of these ways by which you can make out by sound, by heat signatures, by the movement. So these are the ways when you can detect. Now, how do you destroy them? There are two ways. One is a soft kill and one is a hard kill. Soft kill is that you deny him, the drone, the ability to transmit back, or you confuse the signal so that he is not able to return back, or you bring him down electronically. Hard kill is using specific equipment like your aircraft, helicopter, your missiles, your specifically made drone guns, and electronic countermeasures. So these are various ways in which both you can bring a drone down. As far as the soft kill measures are concerned, as I said, drone gun, it basically does nothing. It sends a signal because unless the drone is on a totally autonomous mode, it will be receiving signals either through GPS or on board. So you cut it down, so he's not able to control its whatever it was doing, or if it is on autonomous mode, it will return to the base. Similarly, Skywall, it is these are basically sky droners, sky fence system, and drone sentries. These are all measures in which you confuse or bar his communication abilities so that either he drops down or it moves back. This is all I had to say. If there is something more, probably if you have time for the question answer sessions, we'll cover. Thank you so much.
Thank you, General Singh, for the detailed presentation. Now I request Group Captain R.K. Narang to make his presentation and share his views.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, FICCI, for inviting me here. And it's my privilege to be interacting with this August gathering. So I will not talk about what drones do. So briefly, I'll cover some of those aspects which will indicate India's challenges. Unmanned aircraft technologies, briefly, I will not go deep into it. Drones in warfare to some extent, small drone threat, new players. Those small threat, we have a dedicated session on small drone threat. But looking at the impact of drone technology, I thought I'll just touch upon it. India's UAV program, technological sensitization in defense and security forces, and then Anusandhan-based defense industry. We are here because we are looking at the Indian industry. So how do we do it? My always whenever I look at Indian industry, in fact I am in in a way love affair with the Indian drone industry, because this is an industry which is promising to cross the barriers of becoming a service industry or the low value industry to a high value industry which is based on research and innovation. And Indian innovators have demonstrated by supplying small drones. Now is the next step. This is the background which I start. And sorry, before I start, there are 2-3 points I would like to, since I am still, have been in blue, so 2-3 points which I'll clear. First of all, I would like to acknowledge, I'm not an expert, I'm a student and trying to analyze Indian aviation industry. It's an industry which is fascinating, so I thought I'll. Second part, the American big aircraft, the drones which they use in warfare, they use in complete air superiority. And India is not in a scenario where its drones will be operating in an air superiority environment. So that has to be taken into the consideration. What Americans use, those same armed propeller drones will not be as effective in a combat drone tenure. So when you, the second comparison of armed propeller drones with the fighters is not a fair comparison. So that background we have to remember, it will help us a little more. Now looking at the kind of threats we have, conventional threats we already know. In the sub-conventional threat, what is happening is our CAPF, BSF and all those who are manning the border, they will vouch for it, that initially which it started as a low activity, now it is magnitude is increasing and the entire border is getting covered. So recently there were many reports where from western, from Rajasthan to Jammu and Kashmir, people are talking of drones coming to Banihal, crossing those Jammu area or the western west of Jammu area, northwest of Jammu areas. So the scope of threat is increasing, where drones was giving us a capability to monitor infiltration, now using the same technology to bring in, carry out sub-conventional warfare. The challenge India faces is China's UAV industry, then China-Pakistan collusion. And in my study, I realized that Pakistan-Turkey collusion is another. I'm talking of unmanned sphere. That is another challenge which I've been doing. Last 7-8 years, they have been doing collaboration with the Turkey, but it was at a low level. I foresee in the coming years it is going to go up. And another aspect of this Ukraine-Russia war is a lot of Ukraine is turning to Turkey. And some of the technologies which they are developing, if they reach, Turkey has recently tested a supersonic drone with Ukrainian aero engine. If it percolates down to Pakistan, we will have another challenge coming. So these are the potential challenges, but of course we are lucky that their economy is in not a healthy state. There are many technologies, so I will not dwell on it. We have a small, slow flying drones, swarm drones, unmanned teaming, unmanned combat aerial vehicles, UCAS, which we call, medium long range ISR and armed drones, loitering drones or loitering munition, logistics drones, rescue ops, especially in a bad weather, it could have a different many. Then, of course, miniaturization of sensors and smart weapons. Because unless all these merge and we have a final product, these technologies will not make sense. So I'm not going details into it. I just come down to what has drones in warfare demonstrated. What happened in Armenia-Azerbaijan war? Armenia was always having an edge in previous war. And here comes the drones. Azerbaijan wins the war hands down. That is the capability. So if you are not prepared, you are not equipped with the technology, be ready to face the consequences. Come to Ukraine-Russia war. Now, suddenly the TB2 became a hero of the war. But is it? What is the capability it gives? I will not say they have not created an impression on the Russians. They have created enormous impression. And Russians are paying the price of not developing the unmanned technology, and now they are looking at Iran. Can you imagine a country which was a superpower, part of a superpower, and still one of the major arms suppliers is looking at Iran to meet its defense aviation needs? So I think technology has a lot of lessons for us. It has also an opportunity for countries like India that we can excel and catch up with the world. Now, a lot of talk about civil drones being used for warfare. But imagine the kind of control a technology provider can have. Ukrainian vice premier had to go on social media to tell the Chinese, your drones are being used by Russians to strike back our drone operators. That is the kind of technology or specialization is taking. That's how the drones or drone component suppliers can have access. So when we acquire some of the technology, some of the drones, many of our low formation, if they acquire technologies which are vulnerable, we will have some of the challenges. Saudi Arabia is one of the richest country we have, and they had a drone strike in 2019. Wouldn't they have taken actions? Wouldn't they have put the counter drone measures? And 2020, 2021 and 2022, they had more armed drone strike. But with a lesser damage. So they introduced, but they had an impact. They were able to reduce the impact of those drone strikes. But still, it is a challenge. So the counter drone technologies have to evolve continually. Unless we understand, we will not be able to protect our interests. What was the impact of drone attack on Jammu on us? One of the biggest impact was, we did not buy Israeli or any drone. Some of our startups stood up and gave us some systems. Of course, we went to some capabilities. And why we did it? Because this technology is not yet matured. If it had matured, we would have bought it and it would have been end of our counter drones industry. So I think it is an opportunity for our industry to come up and meet some of our requirements. And there are new players. See, earlier air defense was a responsibility of Indian Air Force. They will have all the air defense elements. Today, if BSF is employed on the drones, Air Force will not be able to react to the small drone which is coming across the border. Similarly, if there are VIP areas, VAs, VPs, there will be some capability required by that unit to do it. Now the problem comes, if there is a CAPF and there is a military unit nearby, how do you ensure that they don't have a counter drone operating and creating a collateral damage? What if they don't damage? So these are the new challenges which are emerging, and I'm sure our next session chair will take cognizance of that. It makes our air defense a little complex. So we have some of the defense programs. I will not dwell on it. We are all aware. A lot of initiatives taken by defense forces and paramilitary forces where we have done it. Very interesting part. Chinese supplied during the Galwan, they supplied swarm drone, food with the swarm drone. Was it a food supply mission? No, it was a message that if we can supply food, we can also do attack. So then what did India do? Few months later, we responded by doing a arms strike. Armed swarm drone demonstration on the Army Day last year, 15 January 2021. But how did it come? It came because of Indian Air Force launched Meher Baba competition on 8 October 2018. It was a result of proactive research initiative. Before this, no niche technology we were getting into it. This is the first time we have developed a niche technology at par with where developments are taking place in the world. So ownership matters. Now our Prime Minister talks of Atmanirbhar. He started, and I really liked some of his missions, and I really worked on it. He started Make in India. Then he said Atmanirbhar. Then now he's talking of Anusandhan, Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Jai Vigyan, and Jai Anusandhan. Now, what does it mean? Meher Baba competition, I've already said, it did some wonderful changes. What did it do? Earlier, you went to DRDO or you went to private sector. Here, Meher Baba Air Force, when they started this project, they said anybody can come. DRDO, HAL, anybody can come. Anybody on this. So it was a very niche program. And similarly, IDEX and others are there. But what are we missing? Civil aviation R&D. So I'll take 3-4 minutes, not more. What we need to do is fill the gaps of our civil aviation. If we fill the safe gaps, our civil industry, we will have DRDO, HAL and the civil industry coming up and meeting our requirements. So we have to understand that our future requirements and our future lies with empowering our civil industry. So there are some of the issues which I have highlighted. I will not dwell on it because of time of it. I can talk about it. Standard certification, drone ban anomalies. Again, some of the technologies which I feel I have highlighted. What should we do which will make us a drone hub by 2030? And then at the same time, we make our plan for Amrit Kal. What kind of technologies we are looking at as a nation? This is all. This indicate, like last so many years, I have been studying this drone aviation industry. So I think it is up to us to take it to the next level. We are in an inflection stage. We can transform, but it will not happen on its own. Our BSF's Bhumi initiative, I must compliment them. What they have started is a niche program. They must continue. They must upgrade, learn from the best practices, because that will give you capability which others you are looking at from the other countries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Group Captain Narang, for giving a wonderful perspective on the industry. Now I request Mr. Maninder Pratap Singh Pawar, the DIG, BSF Force Headquarters. So good that we have got a heterogeneous crowd and expert panel from the different.
Distinguished panelists present on the dais, esteemed officers and members in the hall, dear colleagues and friends, very good afternoon. Most of what I am going to discuss has already been spoken, much discussed here, so pardon me for being repetitive. I'll be short and crisp and would basically limit myself to the drones which pertain to the airspace. As very rightly the distinguished panelists already said, that drones, they started off in the Oxford Dictionary as a verb, something which makes a low humming sound, changed over to a noun. And then, of course, now drones is being used for the surface, air, subsurface, even for space. So I hope most of you will be aware about this drone. It's the Switchblade 300. Can be fired on a backpack from a mortar. It has got loaded flappy swings which come out, these wings. Then, of course, take it into the sky, it loiters, and then it's an expendable, so it can target and then explode when it goes there. These kinds of switchblades have been used in the Afghan war, they have been used in the recent wars which were happening. It was part of the military package that was also given to the Ukraine by the US. Of course, we also see the 600 version of this, which is much heavier. So, how is drone a game changer? If we have a look, it of course is a disruptive technology. We see that how it has evolved and is ever evolving. It has both lethal and non-lethal uses. Lethal, of course, you know as shoot to kill. It's a loitering munition, expendable. Yeah, some niche air-to-surface missiles. And non-lethal area is also ever expanding, which includes search and rescue, reconnaissance, observation, maybe guiding the direction of our fire. It's a force multiplier. We have induction of drones in the armed forces, and we are already seeing the results. We are already seeing how in a war, like was explained by one distinguished panelist between the Azerbaijan and Armenia, how it changed the game overnight and Azerbaijan won the war. It is reaching economies of scale. Initially, when it came, the prices were high, the costs were high. Slowly and slowly, we are seeing that in the domain of micro to small, the prices have come down. There are many major players in the market. They are affordable, commercially available, and can be fitted with some kind of low cost contraptions and used for whatever purposes, whether lethal, non-lethal. We'll see it's a game changer because in the airspace we are already having contests between different nations. Now, why in the airspace? Because out of experience it has been seen that it is less provoking. There's a sense of anonymity. So you take this drone into the airspace, you disown it, whatever happens to it, whatever damage it causes. Unlike if you shoot a missile, if you take a fighter jet into their airspace. Complex decision making. We are seeing that the new drones, they are more built with stealth technology. They have good avionics. They have got niche communication. They have got good technology which makes it more artificial intelligence oriented. They can take their own decisions. So where the humans have an error probability in decision making, probably the algorithms which are made into the artificial intelligence, we don't see that in the drones. So they are precise. But it depends upon the intelligence that we offer them. War management systems, they are becoming more artificial intelligence based. And of course, I discussed that it's less provoking, and of course, there's a sense of disownment. That is why we are seeing that too many drones are used more or less in peace times also by the countries with the neighboring unfriendly countries. The security and threats. So, coming from the BSF, there's a new dimension to security that this offers. And we are in that process of procuring, of having a look at all that the drone industry has to offer. The jurisdiction also has increased to 50 kilometers. So now the BSF, scans all the areas and looks for those landing points in those villages wherein the drone can come and, of course, land its own payload. Of Of course, the security would mean electronic intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, as I discussed, search and rescue, photography, direction of our own firepower, and it prevents intrusion. We need more of the drones at our fenced border with the unfriendly nation to help secure it and also for the loss of lives. If you look at the threats, the most potent threat also emanates from the nation which is on the other side of the border. And of course, we have almost 2,300 kilometers of the Indo-Pak boundary which needs to be protected. And there's also the 772 kilometers of the LOC. We see day in, day out that these kinds of intrusions have become very common and they need to be dealt stringently. I'll just touch upon the threat spectrum that is being discussed. Much of it has been discussed by the other senior officers come panelists. So we have the East-Star threat. These were one of the earlier drones which had the intelligence surveillance, the target acquisition and the reconnaissance missions. So they were sent across just to gather intelligence and come back. Then we had the CUAV or UCAV threats, wherein you see that the unmanned aerial combat vehicle, they were fitted with some kind of contraptions with a payload. They have limited weaponry, air-to-surface missiles, some guided bombs, and we also see they are being used by many countries. The next evolution came as the dedicated UAS threat. Of course, this is the more worrisome part of it. We know recently that the al-Zawahiri assassination and also the Qasim Soleimani assassination, they were carried off by those male and hail predators and the reapers of the United States. So this dedicated UAS is one that is an evolved part of the UCAVs and one needs to be very, very vigilant about it, very careful about it. The other evolution is of the MUMT, as already discussed. It's the manned and unmanned teaming. We see that there was an experimental project under the DARPA of the US, wherein the Kratos built its own Valkyrie drone and another Dynetics, they built their Gremlin drone. Now they can be used as a loitering munition. They can also be winged with the F-22 and the F-35 fighter jets. They can absorb the firepower of the enemy. They can also fire upon the other nations, and they can also be used as scouting purposes. So this multi-purpose drones, which are the winged partner of the fighter jets, is something new which is evolving. Of course, as discussed earlier, we have the small drone threats. In the small drones, it can carry a payload of anywhere between 5 to 10 kgs. It weighs about 15 to 25 kgs, and they are being seen very commonly flying across the fenced border in the Punjab, in the Jammu region. And this is what the BSF is grappling with, shooting them down and also detecting a whole lot of narcotics and smuggling along with it. The ultimate evolution as of now would be the drone swarms. So these drone swarms are nothing but they are a network which is threaded together. They have an integrated mechanism to work, a collective int, and of course they have a group thinking. We see that the drone swarms were used, of course, in the recent context wherein the Russian air base and the naval base was attacked and attacked brutally. So drones have been making headlines, evolving since the Gulf War. You have the MQ-1, the MQ-9, which is the Predator. Then you have the Reaper. You have the RK-4, which is the Global Hawk, which was shot down in the Strait of Hormuz. You have the RQ-170, which is the Sentinel, most famous as the drone which live streamed this killing of Osama bin Laden in Abbottabad. 2015, we talk about the recent times. A drone fell in the White House complex. Actually, it's a kind of, exposing their whole armaments and of course, their vulnerability to the drones. 2018, of course, there was an assassination attempt on the Venezuelan President Maduro in a public meeting. You had the Russian air and naval bases attacked, I already spoke about. 2019, you had the drone swarm attack on the Saudi refineries. Even they were protected well by the Sky Guard and Patriot. You had the Global Hawk, which is the MQ-9, which was then shot down in the Strait of Hormuz. In 2019 and further on, henceforth, we are seeing the Punjab alert, wherein now we see regular drone activity from across the border, and we are trying to prevent it successfully. Of course, then we have the 20 and 22, the Qasim Soleimani assassination, and then the Russian war, wherein the Switchblade and now another evolved LM, which is the Phoenix Ghost, has been used very often by these agencies and has proved to be a game changer. Another technology which is coming up is the LCAT, which is the low-cost retrievable aircraft technology, another evolving technology, which of course is going to be a big force multiplier. So, another same headlines, the Azerbaijan's victory has already been spoken about, the Zawahiri assassination, and of course the Afghan, Iraq and Syrian war. So I'll just come to the last slide. So what is happening is that the intrusion, of course, is increasing across the border. Recent cases wherein there was an attack on the air base in Jammu. Of course, 600 UAVs have been sighted. Many of them have already been shot down by the BSF. Heroin has been caught. Contraband, it suggests, is on the rise. So we are shooting them down effectively, but still much is being done. In the last slide, I'll just touch upon whatever innovations or whatever experiments we are doing. Presently, the detection, which of course is a challenge. We have thermal imagery, the electro-optical gadgets, the radio frequency scanners, spectrum analyzers, acoustic detection, which is being done. One experiment that we are doing is, of course, the BSF National Training Center for Dogs. So you know that below 20 hertz, the sound which we can hear, the dogs can hear. So we are training the dogs so that they can also detect a drone from far through this. Of course, then the interdiction would involve conventional weapons, shoot to kill. They would also involve hacking and jamming their communication system, and finally spoofing. We have been successfully able to do that with some of the OEM partners, and I hope that in the times to come we'll surely be evolving in this, and this will prove to be a force multiplier for the BSF. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Pawar, for your perspective. Now I request Major General Sambar Dayal presentation, and I'm sorry that we have already overshot the time and the next session is going to start. So I'll be grateful, sir, if you could make it short and sweet.
I think considering the time constraint, considering that it's a repetitive subject, considering that the august audience has been spoken well by the esteemed panelists, there is very little to speak. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will just correlate few things very quickly, very sharply, and correlate with what is happening around the world. You all know what is a drone. You all know what drone is capable of doing. You all know its characteristics. That's a very light weapon system which has inherent stealth, which has got all the multi-versatile weapon system which can do multi-roles. So it's a force multiplier. But there's a perception in the country or in the people today or in the war people, those who are meant to fight war, that it can replace somebody. It can replace a human, it can replace boots on ground, it can replace... No, it's not a weapon of replacement. It's a weapon of reinforcement. Remember this thing. Anybody who replaces what is existing, warfare, war is basically nothing. War is just an instrument, a tool to settle an issue. And it's not fought by soldiers. It's first fought in mind. It manifests in the mind of leadership. It manifested in the mind of Putin that Russia is a threat if NATO expends and comes into Ukraine. So it is manifestation in his mind. It is propelled by the people, hysteria by the people. The people of Russia thought that our president is correct, and if NATO comes onto our borders, so war is fought at different levels. So war has to, if you have to win the war, you have to fight war at different levels. I'm just correlating things that how you can talk to. Unfortunately, I find some Homeland Security or people here, but very few people from those who are going to fight the war. I mean, the Ministry of Defense, the Air Force, Navy, Army. So, because probably like in Haryanvi, they say, हरियाणा के लोगों ने श्री कृष्ण भगवान से शिक्षा ली थी, अब किसी से शिक्षा की आवश्यकता नहीं है. So, maybe some people don't need, but really speaking, if you really want to use the drone, look what Russia had to do, such a costly affair. Everybody, the whole world was shouting, Ukrainians are moving, Kyiv is empty, Kyiv, everybody has moved out. To do that, to paralyze the mind of polity of Ukrainian leadership, Ukrainian military, what Russia had to do. It had to move a huge strike corps, a core level force from the north. It came down right up to Kyiv. The entire Ukrainians, they demobilized, they went to European leadership got embroiled into taking care of refugees. It was paralysis created. Well, drones can do this without mobilizing that sort of a force. So if you develop a potential which tomorrow can paralyze the mind of the leadership, political and military leadership of Pakistan, well, drones can do it. Why? If drones can go and strike what just now was mentioned into Afghanistan, then drones can also strike. Simultaneity of gives you the victory. Phased operation does not give you the victory. So drones, which was so difficult to create simultaneity of operations through naval, through air, through ground forces, a drone, a well-developed drone can create it for you in a very beautiful manner. You can strike the political leadership. You can strike at the will of the people by striking some sensitive areas where people are concerned. Few railway stations, few public places, you paralyze, you create a hysteria, break the will of the people. And of course, our challenges are great. Everybody knows it. Our failures are great. I don't call them challenges. Our failures are great. In 1999, a gentleman, 5 months, he built defenses in our territory, sat down there for 5 months. We had to bleed. We had to lose almost 1,000 soldiers. After 20 years, another gentleman walked in. We were all involved in COVID. He walked in, he sat, 20 soldiers we lost in Galwan. How much money we lost? What happened? What is that challenge? What is that weakness? Surveillance, intelligence. It's our weakness. We don't need American drones. For that, our industry can. You should talk that. What is the weakness existing today? It's a difficult terrain. It's a huge border. It's next to impossible. This is where you can reinforce the boots on the ground. So, Indian thrust first should be on surveillance drones, which are not required to be male or anything. Our industry is producing small drones. Information is required at brigade headquarters level. Immediate information is required at the ITBP, that post, that boy who's sitting there. Information is required at the border security battalion commander who's sitting there. Information is required at that level. And that endurance does not have to be 20 hours, 40 hours, 60 hours. He doesn't have to travel 700 kilometers. This can be qualitated. And where is our strength? Yesterday we were trying to talk, we should build this, we should build. Our strength is what? Indian strength today is platform solutions, is software generation. We are the IT hub of the world. So all these small can be qualitated. And simultaneity operation is simultaneity of analyzing a battle, analyzing a situation is there. That information in friction of second is available from PMO right up to the platoon commander. That is first drone. Indian drones can change Indian context when it comes to Indian context. That our surveillance, our int collection, our border management on these accounts is weak, it's poor, humanly impossible. We can employ more battalions, more soldiers on foot, because our terrain is such. Our friends are such. There's no difference between a Punjabi living in Lahore or a Punjabi living in Amritsar. A guy living in Rajasthan and a gentleman living across the border. There's no difference between a Manipuri and Meghalaya guy living this side or the guy living that side. That's our challenge. So it's a human recognition challenge. So what I'm saying is, the first thing is that you must focus on generating an industry and sensitizing them that first and foremost, that weakness which is existing in surveillance, that must be removed. Second problem has been always with us is that how do we defeat our enemy? And for that I'll say that, look, develop a large number. How do you fool him? How did Russia fool Ukraine? Russia fooled Ukraine. His aim was to take Kherson in the south and was to take Zaporizhzhia in the south. His aim was not to take Kyiv. All those who talk, his aim was to take Kyiv. No. His aim was never there. Otherwise, he would have come with that sort of a force. He would have done that sort of a thing. His aim was to take that. So he had to use the forces he had to employ. If we have to counter China, then all these drones that we are developing today for agriculture sector, we are developing for electric sector, we are developing for health sector, whichever sector you are developing, make them doable use. Because creating dummy forces is very difficult. To create a dummy armored division, create a dummy mechanized division, create a dummy ships tomorrow will be a huge challenge. But to create a dummy force with dual force, which is today being used in agriculture, diverted to defense, and imagine you have created a force which somebody was talking of Swan drones, but you can create a Swan force without arming them, without major expenditure. I mean, the enemy does not know at the first sight whether these are armed drones, whether these are loitering missiles, whether this is a force. Your force is intact. You have created a hybrid force. Warfare was always conventional and hybrid warfare. What drone has done it has brought conventional war to hybrid phase. When I say, like, in a conventional war, you have to concentrate force, the drone can destroy that concentration. In a concentration, you have to mobilize troops. Somebody has to defend, somebody has to counterattack. In a modern warfare, counterattack force takes time to mobilize, to concentrate, to mobilize and strike. If you're something, and air becomes even more difficult. We brought air, we brought helicopters, we brought all that for this. We brought armed helicopters. Drone can today do all that. So sorry, I won't take long time. There is a gentleman who has to address you all. My chair is restless. And I knew that I'm the last speaker. I'll be confusing more if I put some slides there. So I thought how to keep you awake, how to energize you, and how to just say that, look, your industry, everybody inside, when I was a soldier, I thought I knew everything because Lord Krishna taught me, right? I heard him. But believe you me, anybody who's dealing with technology, he knows what is the best uses of it. Just learn, know him, know your friend, no, not your enemy, know your friend sitting in the service headquarters, in the PSF headquarters, anywhere. Know his mind, what is he looking at, try and talk to him. Don't tell him what you have. Know what is his concern and find an Indian solution. The Indian solution for Indian problem is the only way out. Otherwise, we'll keep importing. Let me tell you, industry is there. Like any other industry, this is 30, 40 years in lead from us. I remember when I went first time for an exhibition to Istanbul in, I think, 2009 sometime. I was DDZ at that time. They're much ahead of us already. So think of an Indian problem, find an Indian solution, and find Indian method. You may start with Mark 1, Mark 2, Mark 3, right? Go like that, and I'm sure you will have enough drones and we'll be able to counter. There's no replacement of boots, please. There are people. We always knew what is war, how to fight a war. Some people are saying now who to fight a war. Americans are worried they need to who to fight a war because they can't afford soldier. Everybody is worried. We have soldier on ground. We have men on ground, and that's our strength. So reinforce it, don't replace it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, General Dayal sir. And my fellow panelists, they have highlighted the importance of drones in the future combat and what are the opportunities available to the industry. And I'm quite sure the challenges, whatever has been put across, has been noted by the industry. And we look forward for good product solutions which will be useful for our defense force. And since we have already overshot the time, the questions I think we'll take it during the lunch session. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, panelists, for this very interesting session. Now we move on to the next session, which is countering rogue drones. It's an honor for us that we have Mr. Sanjay Jaju, Additional Secretary, DP, Department of Defense Production, Ministry of Defense, Government of India, with us. Thank you, sir, for kindly joining us. The session would be moderated by Group Captain Jagdeshwar Singh, who is the Senior Defense Specialist in National Security Council Secretariat, Government of India. So I request the panelists of this session to kindly join us on the dais. Yes, sir, please join us. So my colleagues are just changing the nameplates. It'll take 30 seconds to do that. So may I request our mentor, Mr. Rahul Chaudhary, to present a green planter to Mr. Jaju and formally welcome him. Mr. Rahul Chaudhary. Can we have a round of applause, please? Thank you, sir. So now I request Group Captain Jagdeshwar Singh to conduct the session.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As always happens, the most difficult part, keeping people awake before lunch, has been given to me. At the outset, I'd like to welcome all of you, and especially our esteemed panelists. We are tightly compressed on time, so without any further ado, may I request Mr. Sanjay Jaju, who is an IAS officer, presently working as the Additional Secretary in the Department of Defense Production, to share some words, some insights, some encouragement, and then this topic of counter drones will take on from there.
Thank you, esteemed panelists and ladies and gentlemen. Now, at the outset, let me compliment FICCI and all the knowledge partners and all those who have associated with this seminar today. The document that has been brought out is very, very good. Believe me, I've seen many documents coming in from FICCI, but this one is definitely top notch. And I think this is what an organization and an industry association is expected to be doing, and I compliment you for doing this. And the topic that you have selected also, talking about drones, very, very topical. Now, all of you would agree that not just in the military space, but in the civilian space, there's a huge focus on not just drones, but countering rogue drones and associated use cases all across. And it would not be an exaggeration to say that I think next 10 years, you will find the whole paradigm of mobility and surveillance go through a complete transformation with the kind of progress that's happening in the drone technologies and the products and the associated spin-offs. Now, let me quickly, because most of the topics will get covered, and I'm sure you're not here to get a repeat of what is already mentioned in the document itself. From the Ministry of Defense perspective, this is one of our important priority areas. And I can take you back to 4 years when we suddenly realized that because of a policy tweak, the entire drone industry in the country was actually licensed. And this came to our notice very early. And when we notified the press note 1 in 2019 on January 1st, first time in our country we made a differentiation between a military drone and a civilian drone. And that was so important and so significant, but because that, actually any drone manufactured in the country was under a license. And actually somebody came and told us, and that really helped us bring that important change in the licensing regulations. And because of that, we had practically killed the entire drone industry, because you can't even manufacture a drone of the size of the kite within the country. And that's why what you are having is, we were freely importing all kinds of drones from all over, and from many of these were coming in from our adversaries. And it was an absolutely horrendous state of affairs. But that change was brought in, and believe me, now you can see a flourishing, growing, maturing drone industry within the country when I look at it from the vantage point of the Ministry of Defense. And after that, of course, a lot of significant developments have happened. We have the drone rules notified in 2021. Subsequent to this, you have drone airspace map published. You also have now the production linked incentive scheme for drones notified last year around the same time. You also have the Unmanned Aircraft System Traffic Management Policy, which has again been published somewhere around the same time last year. And in fact, now you also have a complete embargo actually on foreign buys when it comes to drones. And that's why one can safely say that now what begins and what's now we have is a golden age for drones, and to make India a global drone hub within the country. On the military front also, a lot of developments have been happening. Initially, bulk of it were happening in DRDO labs when they were developing medium altitude, long endurance drones. But now you have a lot of activity happening in the private sector. In fact, you have male class drones being manufactured now within the country itself. And there are significant developments happening, not just in the drone segment, but also on the payloads which are around the drones. Being part of the Innovations for Defense Excellence, the program that we run to engage with the startups and bring them close to the defense ecosystem. We're very proud to say that now we have companies that are manufacturing military drones
not just manufacturing, now they have been procured to meet the requirement of our armed forces. You have companies that are working on and also getting procured, working on and getting procured is very important. Swarm drones, drones that have making use of the prowess of artificial intelligence, interacting with each other, talking to each other. And some of these companies have also developed global partnerships. We know of a company which is part of our IDEX network, a startup, and this company has now got the partnership with the USA FRL for developing applications around various drone products that it does. You have companies which have right before your eyes on the Republic Day shown you that they can create algorithms and create drone shows. They did it with 1,000 drones. Next month we are going to have our Def Expo. You'll have a further leap forward in that journey that started with the Republic Day. About a year back, we were looking to import such solutions and such shows within the country, but now you have companies and startups doing it on their own. All this goes to show that, and which is what is written in the document also, that if we are able to create an appropriate policy ecosystem, and if we are able to create and trigger demand, our industry is next to none. And when I say our industry, big, small, including startups, are next to none. And this has been shown in multiple challenges that we have thrown under IDEX. I know of a counter drone technology that has been developed by two startups in IDEX. Earlier we were struggling to about 3 kilometers range and stuff like that. Now these two companies have developed counter drone systems, and again using different technologies which can take the passive kill to about 10 kilometers range. Again, a significant leap up in terms of the technology. And some of these products are now being acquired and procured by the armed forces. You also know of companies that have developed a lot of payloads. I mean, there's a company incubated in IIT Delhi, again part of our IDEX network, which has actually created payload of a camera which has 100 megapixels of the specifications. Now all this becomes very important when you talk about deploying them for military applications, deploying the drones for military applications, because that's where you will require payloads of different shoes and different types. And it's not as if this situation will not have its own set of challenges. It has. Right now we have companies which are doing a lot of this work, but our dependence and our continued dependence on batteries is becoming a significant constraint. And I think possibly many of our industry partners sitting here and across would have to start looking at some of those areas as well. Because when you look at the entire supply chain, I think there are some critical gaps which exist in our supply chains, and I think one of them is definitely the battery section. And obviously, when it comes to having drones, autonomous drones, interacting with the ground stations, you also will require electronics, you'll require chips, and I think that's also becoming one of our important constraints. Some efforts have already started, but I think over a period of time, this particular segment would definitely require a lot of push in and a lot of efforts coming in. All of you are aware that in the Ministry of Defense, we have also started now to look at weaponization of the drones, and loitering munitions of various kinds are now being developed by some of our startups, and we've also joined with hands with the bigger majors, and I think that is one segment which is going to provide a huge edge militarily to us. In the ministry, we
when we look at the overall growth for our military preparedness, an important thing that comes in is the technological edge or an edge of asymmetry which uh, the mastery of drones and the related technologies provide to us. And I think that's how such options we can call them kinetic options or non-kinetic options. We keep saying that when it comes to the kinetic options, we are still behind many of the bigger players in the world. But when it comes to the non-kinetic options, because of our strength in software and artificial intelligence, we still have the potential to become the market leaders. And I think this focus on the non-kinetic segment is what possibly will drive expansion of drones and the capabilities and the capacity of a drone to handle not just the offensive part, but the entire area of surveillance and uh, reconnaissance and C4 ISR that we term it as. While we keep talking about aerial drones, which is again a very important segment, but we should also be equally cognizant of the role that these can play on the surface as well as in water and underwater. And I think that's also one segment in which a lot of activity is happening within our country. I know of companies which have actually developed uh, surface drones which can actually save human lives in a disaster relief situation, where they can release an autonomous buoy which can even go up to 10 kilometers into the waters, and you can bring a lot of people back to the shore of potential to drown. There are companies which are working on swarm drones. There are companies which are working on other sensors and other technologies which can again enable us to have the maritime prowess. So friends, today is a historic day. All of you are aware that INS Vikrant has been dedicated to the nation. It's a historic day in our march towards Atmanirbharta, and it's good that now you have this conference happening here, and you're talking about a very important segment, uh, which is going to have a huge military applications and applicability. And I'm sure the industry in our country has the potential to grasp the nuances of the technologies that are required for uh, moving ahead when it comes to drones, counter drones, and other technologies. And not just for the military requirement of our country, but as you are all aware, the focus now is also on using defense as a means to promote our exports. And I think it's in this that many countries, many friendly foreign countries, have started to show interest in our technologies, and drones and counter drone technologies is a very important vertical in this particular demand. So once again, my gratitude to the organizers for inviting me here. I would have loved to stay back and be part of the deliberations, uh, but unfortunately, a lot of commitments today, and I would have to leave. But I'm definitely carrying the copy of the document that FICCI has made, and I'm sure this would help us in the policy making roles to support all of you and ensure that and help and enable all of you take India to become the drone capital of the world. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, sir. Indebted for kind words to the industry, and also in a very few words, you have put the exact, I could say that hit the nail on the head. Major concerns of the military, major requirements, and major way ahead has already been covered. And thanks a lot. taking this session forward. The next, I'll take just 5 minutes to highlight certain aspects and certain important uh, observations, which are personal observations working in the NSCS as the nodal officer for counter drones. The first and the we have drones, requirement of drones, capability of drones has been talked enough. Two important aspects which need to be highlighted when we look at the counter drone part of it. First, it's an emerging threat which emerges with new capabilities. If you plan something today, in 6 months it changes. That is one thing which needs to be kept into mind while designing the counter drone. Next, it is an exceptional tool for the hybrid warfare. You will not come to know who the source of this or where it originated is very difficult to find out. Even if you find out, it is below the threshold in which you will attack with full force. So this changes the connotation, and this also changes the requirement of counter drone. And the last important tenet of drones is low investment, high impact. Somehow, if somebody manages to come and create chaos on a national event, so an investment of 7-8 lakhs forces the adversary to secure spending 7,000 crores, 8,000 crores. That is the kind of impact this kind of a technology can have. Quickly, what it counter drone actually, just getting the whole thing into perspective. The aspects of counter drone: first, search. Search could be by human eyes also. Search, detect and identify, then intercept, then neutralize it if required, and to add one more thing, reassess and do something again if required. This aspect the industry has to be very clear on, that maybe all these things put into one system is a very good idea, but the saleability of that and the number of systems which will sell or the money involved in this is pretty huge. So please understand that work should go on every aspect of it. When you talk of search or detection part of it, all aspects of it, radars, the electro-optic sensors, the acoustic sensors, the RF sensors, the EIR sensors, I would put it this thing: why not integrate the human element, and that data also becomes search or detect. So we need work there. Next is this concept of intercept. Interception when it comes to hinterland and interception when it comes to a border are two different things. We need different solutions for it. That also, when people come and present to us and people come and try and sell us systems or explain what it is, I find that this is also another gray area. Everybody says that I have bought a system or I have got this system from this thing and you can use it in both sides. Not possible. Imagine what will happen if there is Kumbh Mela going on and a drone is coming and we shoot down a drone over those people only. This drone will do nothing. The stampede will give thousands. So a physical hit in hinterland may not be a good option, but in the desert, if something is coming, I can shoot him down, let him fall wherever he wants to fall. So the system design and what we want to make and what we want to sell or what we are doing R&D on also needs to be very focused on what is the area we are talking about. Another aspect of this detection and intercept is this terrain. This -40 to +55 and sea level to 4.5 kilometers has been the bane of the operational requirements of service headquarters. But there is a logic behind it. However, in the drone and counter drone, it might be an excellent idea if systems are designed for various roles in various terrain or various. Coming to the next part of it, this is what the story is. But what can we do about it? One more aspect which I forgot to mention. Funds are always limited with the government. Here, I am talking an assessment which the NSCS had done about 3.5 years ago. We were looking at 7,000 crores requirement 3 years back. You seriously think 7,000 crores, one tranche, it will happen and the government will buy, it will not happen. So what can we do about it? The systems need to be made with an understanding of a modular approach. When I talk of a modular approach, I do not talk of LRUs. I am talking today, if I have the money and the capability and the approval, I will buy a detection system. Only a detection system. Tomorrow or 2 years down the line or 3 years down the line, when I have more money or more requirement, I have crystallized my requirement, that same system should now integrate with the next step, that is the interception. Could be by anything. What is the problem here? Why am I bringing it out here is, as to the best of my knowledge or whatever I have studied the Indian industry, there is no standard as of now which is laid down for a component or a subsystem level integration or an ICD. Today, if I am making a system for a radar, do we know the output is required in which format? There is some format called asterisk format. We can have our own. But it is today, if I buy something from company X, it should not be mandatory for me to buy the rest of the portions also from company X. These are the kind of issues which maybe I found this kind of a gathering to be a good place to raise those issues. Next, a very minor but seems to be a very, very minor issue. However, it's a very major issue is the format of the geolocation which you are using. If you have bought a system or a control system from US, it will have it might be using raster maps. If you buy something which was designed by Israel for it might be using surface charts. Somebody in France might have put in a Lambert conical projection map into it. Tomorrow, if I want to integrate something with something, it will never integrate. Please get into those details, understanding of every aspect of it. Just the concept of piecing together 4 components or 5 components from this thing, just meeting the mark of 50% indigenization, 50% by cost is written in the DAP, so I will follow it. I don't think might be a very good idea if you want to become a world leader. A world leader which should have its own standards in which multiple options are created for a domestic industry and also for export. Today, if I we all look at our adversaries. America had something called Link 11, Link 16 when I was a pilot officer. Today, our adversary on the western side, Pakistan, is also developing something on something. What I'm trying to say in a very simple thing, in India we use 220 volts 50 phase supply and we use a specific kind of 3-pin. You can get equipment from wherever. When you sell that equipment, it comes with that kind of plug and that kind of this thing. But in drones, it is not so. Or the system which we are trying to develop and sell to the security agencies or in the counter drone, it is not so. I am giving you observations of 3.5 years of work in NSC. Next is interoperability. If systems will not speak to each other, or there is no port in that to take out data or to give other inputs. What was covered by Jaju sir was of this. A counter drone system today might be in the aerial domain, but tomorrow when the surface application of it or underwater application of it, please, when you are making indigenous design, keep these factors keep those threads open in the software so that when you want to stitch picture tomorrow, it should be stitchable. Next aspect is the reliability part. If you don't have the IP, we are trying to get something from somewhere. A radar has come from France or radar has come from Israel. We have done some modification, said it is Indian, and we are trying to sell it. 3 months down the line, if it goes unserviceable, do we have the capability to do life cycle support or not? If I bought a system today and if it is supposed to go back to the parent country for repair because I don't have the IP, may not be. For bigger systems, when you're talking of aero engines, I can understand the aero engine IP will cost you some $50-60 billion. But when you're talking small systems, small technologies, please be aware that these requirements will ultimately pull us down in the long run. Today, that rush is to sell. After selling 3 years down the line, when the system will not work, or imagine what happened if we export something to our friendly neighbor country. whatever we have given. And after 2 months or 3 months, the system is unserviceable, and whomsoever sold it to him, that company is not able to maintain it, and the life cycle becomes again goes back to the OEM or whomsoever it is. Why will he buy it from you? And last point was not trying to defend the government, but however, there has been a lot of talk in the representations by the industry that the specs keep changing. Specs will change. The warfare is changing. Look at what we are doing in India. Every second day we come up with a new drone or a new capability. If I have to cater what I have made myself, so the drone anti-drone specs will keep changing. This accept it, take it in a stride. That is why I said make it a modular concept, that this system is capable for threats today. 8 months down the line, I will give you a version 2. I will give you a version 3. There are a few points I wanted to share before and set the ball rolling as to counter drone, because we don't want to talk of what is available and a cut copy paste of somebody else's system with a tag made in India. See, everybody is aware of everything, and especially if you are sitting on a vantage point, at times it has happened with us that a foreign OEM came and gave a presentation about 2 years or 3 years back when it was possible for him to sell, and now the same system with Make in India, this thing comes to us that now it is Indian. When you ask pointed questions of IPR, when you ask pointed questions, things will, for a very short term, it might work. But if you're looking at a long journey and you want to become world leaders, I don't think I think I've covered most of the points which I wanted to say. And now we'll start with our panelists here. Just a brief introduction from Mr. Nikhil Kanodia, President, Precision Electronics. He's a second generation technocrat industrialist, leading a company doing excellent work. He's sitting in drone. Listening today, I am aware. In my office, he works on other platforms also. So, sir, open to you.
Thank you, sir. That was an excellent talk, and I think you've laid the foundation for this session brilliantly. My eminent panelists, ladies and gentlemen, greetings. It is indeed a very proud day for us with the inauguration of our lovely, beautiful ship. We have some colleagues that are over there. I've seen some photographs today. It's really a great day indeed. I wish to, with presentation, you turning it on? So before I get into this, as Mr. Jaju also discussed, and as Group Captain Singh also alluded to, this is a very vast topic. It's a very vast area, right? When we talk about rogue drones, because when we try to do an anti-drone solution, what are we going against? I mean, so I'm going to talk about the civilian drone, right? My speakers after me will possibly talk about the military ones and the more sophisticated ones, but there is also going to be a good requirement in this country, which is also born out of our policy, this is the drone policy that we have ourselves created to protect our airspaces, the critical infrastructures, public enterprises, their airspaces also need to be protected. But they will not have the kind of budgets that border security, coastal security, military systems, will be able to afford. Right? It's very standard. So at the end of the day, let's look at it in two different aspects. I would like to talk about the civilian drones. I would like to talk about use cases where the ranges of engagement are much shorter. Right? They're not needed to be 10 kilometers or even 5 kilometers for that matter. A kilometer to 2 kilometers would be pretty good, from a critical at least it's my personal opinion. So this is point one. Point two is that when we speak of operating in the hinterland, radars are possibly not the best solution. Radars will work very well in the rural areas, in border areas, they'll work very well. But as soon as you come into places where the airspace is crowded. I mean, there's comment-based type of detection is possibly going to be much more effective and frankly much cheaper as well, right? So having said this and having laid this context, I also want to put a disclaimer out there that whatever you're going to see in the slides, the idea is to give some ideas about what's possible for, let's say, protecting campuses. Those campuses could be of public enterprises, they could be government offices, they could be critical infrastructures, so on and so forth, right? So my talk is restricted to that. Everything that you see has actually been developed in India with the help of deep tech startup companies, with the help of academia. We have played some role in bringing those things together. Some are our own creations and our own designs, but everything that you're going to see over here is going to be a make in India. So, okay. So just to give some idea for the comment based system, in this comment system, I mean, we are basically very simply put, we're proposing as an idea, two types of systems. One is, like what we call a standalone short range unit. It's a simple pole with a metallic box and a radome on top. The other one is a more elaborate system which has a separate detector, separate jamming and, range of power amplifiers. Generally speaking, the capabilities can be similar across both of those systems. The difference is really in the range, right? So in the smaller system, the range would be about 1.5 kilometers. In the bigger system, it would be about 2.5 kilometers. So this is the main thing, and you can see the weights and stuff like this. In the bigger system, you could play it in automatic as well as in semi-automatic mode. So these are the main broad capabilities. Those are the typical type of ranges that you will see from a detection as well as from a jamming perspective, what frequencies it will operate in. Those are the typical frequencies that are of interest when you are going to talk about a civilian drone. So those are covered, right? And they are fairly modular as well. If you're going to go for the standalone, then standalone may 400, 900, 2.4, 5.8. Those are the typical ones you want to go after. And of course, the GPS frequencies, the GNSS frequencies, I should say, right? This is something very interesting. I mean, when we talk of drones, we by the way, no matter what anyone says, I mean, jammer is not a 100% foolproof solution. There's no way, right? And as it is, when we start talking about the kind of technologies that are available today, that even in a GPS denied environment, you can still have vision based target acquisition. I mean, a drone could be flying, and even if its GPS is knocked off, there are other sensors that could still lead it close enough to the target that it needs to get to, right? Especially if it has a, let's say, a bomb on it or something like that, right? I mean, it could cause damage even if. So, if GPS, jamming a GPS or jamming the GNSS will not be the foolproof solution, then in a civilian environment, what is possibly the way by which we are going to engage, right? So this is a possible alternative. It is a very interesting product developed by a fantastic startup company in our country. And what this does is essentially it throws a net, and it is able to, like, it's tethered, so it will throw a net, it will carry up to 5 kilo rogue drone down, so it will not fall on anyone, right? So this is the idea. One of the very interesting innovations that has happened here is that whereas typically people that are doing drone catcher systems are using CO2 canisters, they did this on the basis of compressed air. तो जैसे साइकिल के टायर में आप हवा भरते हैं ना, तो वो serious देसी जुगाड़, I mean, by virtue of which, by the way, the range of the net is 10 meters. Typically, when you will see foreign systems, is 5 meters, right? I mean, when they throw. This one is 10 meters. They were able to bring the canister. Canister means the weight of the net along with the mechanism to propel the net. They brought it down from, typically it's 2 kilos to 500 grams. So they can have 4 nets in one system, essentially. Even if the first one fails, then you have more, to shoot from. So something very interesting from a civilian perspective for the, let's say, the kill part, right? So just wanted to put that out there. Our company, this is like my firm is very focused on these type of products as well. So when you look at tripods and various types of tripods, we are actually going into the export market in a major way with this portfolio, uh, and we're supplying to a whole range of OEMs, anti-drone OEMs, as well as tactical communications, electronic warfare. So these are all like designed, developed in our own facilities, what you see here. This is another very important piece, the tactical positioning. So single axis, two axis rotators, positioners, highly accurate, right? 0.01 degree level of positional accuracy type of systems are also available with us. One of the areas that we are moving forward on when we started this work, and sir, as you rightly said, like, uh, you know, how do we start to own the components as well over a period of time? How do we, how at the end of the day, we're not going to become leaders in the world if we just source from foreigners and all we do is put it together. We have to know, from the inside as well. In this area, we realize that as far as the motor is concerned, as far as the gear, the motor controllers are concerned, the slip rings are concerned, this is now an area where we are working very, very actively to localize them. So there is already excellent motor manufacturers that are available in India. By the way, drone ke liye bhi wo chahiye, right? So drone may, I mean, when you look at the bill of material of a drone, I mean, the motor and the motor controller is a very significant part. And guess what? Most of the motors, even that go inside a drone, are typically coming from one source, and it's our Western adversary neighbor, jahan se wo aata hai, right? So possibly most of the drones that we will see here also today, the motor will come from there only, right? So the company's T Motors, you can check it out, right? So at the end of, so this is an area, this is clearly an area of innovation, right? This is clearly an area of localization. This is one of the things that we are working on, right? Where even the motors and the gears and the slip rings will also be indigenous. Right. That's it. That's all I wanted to say, and I hope I've kept my time within limit. Thank you all.
May I now invite Dr. Nagendra Babu to continue with the. We'll sum it up in the end, sir.
Can somebody help me with this? Good afternoon, sir. Thank you, FICCI, for giving us this opportunity. Dear panelists and then August guest over here. I'm Dr. Nagendra. I'm an ex-DRDO scientist, founder of a company called Instinct Tech Solutions, which is now a subsidiary to Gen Technologies. I'm heading the complete electronic warfare division at Gen Technologies. In the counter drone space, I fully agree with the points that you have mentioned. I don't talk much about what the counter drone system and all. I'll just show some pictures for glimpses of what exactly is this. But otherwise, my focus is on what we are doing essentially, and then how are we going to make India a global hub in the anti-drone space. You can mark my words, sir. Just to answer this, how it can happen. Last 1 year, India has invested about 700 crores, I would say, in procurement of these systems. We are part of more than 400 crores worth of systems that India is buying. And I can assure you that for all these systems, right from the scratch, right from the PCB, software, piece of code, everything has been indigenously developed by our company. And these systems are going to you now. So you can come visit anybody, okay, come visit, ask us to open the source code, open the Gerber files, okay, open the design drawing files. We are there to open and show you. This is not something which has been imported and then just assembled over here. That's not the approach. we are true believers of not exactly the make in India. We are true believers of design in India and produce in India. That's where we gain the knowledge. Okay, that's where we become the world leaders. If you don't design, you will not be able to answer. You will not be able to modify. You will not be able to tweak the system to your requirements. And most importantly, the counter drone industry or the counter drone systems, as Jathas has already highlighted, is something which shall be catered to an evolving threat. The threat is not full. We haven't seen even 1% or 2% of the actual scenario that can happen. It is just evolving. So today, if I sell a system and then ask services after 2 years come and then okay, now this will not work, so you'll have to buy a new system. So that doesn't work out. I will have to ensure that this system is so modular, so upgradable, that this can be updated with the future threats. I mean, I should be able to counter even future threats with little upgrades, little modifications in the system. This is what we have been doing now. Okay, so what happened now? So because of all this exercise, this is, we haven't just did it overnight and then it happened. Foreseeing these kind of threats, we started investing into these technologies about 3.5 years ago, 3.5-4 years ago. That's where the entire country just started talking about counter drone systems, not even a single order. Because both Gen and then Unistring Tech Solutions, the DNA of these companies is in R&D. We spend 20 to 30% of our time, money, energy, and in certain cases more than that, in doing R&D. So we built about at Gen we built about 100 patents. At UTS we built about 4 or 5 patents, especially in the counter drone technology and then electronic warfare technologies. Okay, so that's the strength from where this whole the innovations or the realization in house started happening. So we started building all these blocks right from the scratch and then started making them to meet the requirements. So now we have a complete RF detection system, a jammer, and a radar for the first time. So private industry is delivering, which is indigenously designed and then developed. So this is the current state of the systems that have been indigenously developed. There are more elements in this, so maybe we will keep on doing R&D in that area. And then command control center, which is going to be the heart of this entire system. So wherein you will be, could you get it? Okay. So where you will be able to integrate the data from multiple sensors and then assess the threat properly after getting the threat picture. So you need to do a lot of work in order to confirm that this is the real threat, because drone is a very, very small object because of its nature. So it's very challenging to really identify the threat, because if I have an RF detection system, it simply picks the signals that are just originated from the drones. And they're not the only signals present in the environment. When I deployed my system at the base, in some of the air bases or airfields, you will have hundreds of systems operating there, and the system picks all of them and then say all of them are, they're all targets. Okay, but your system should have intelligence to segregate them and then say, yes, this is the real threat. So whenever you position any counter drone system, if it is only a single sensor, you are bound to see the false threats, false alarms. So how do you minimize that and then say a very comprehensive picture to the operator? Otherwise, operators will go mad, okay, because every second he will see the threats. In order to establish this fact that this is a real threat, you need to fuse data from the multiple sensors. Okay, so for example, if there is a mobile which is being a signal from it has been seen as a threat, let us say, or maybe a Wi-Fi device which is very closely operating is being seen as a threat by RF detection system, but the same is not being seen by as a threat from the radar, because radar doesn't detect that as a threat. So in this direction, if radar says, okay, so there is a threat, and in the same direction or in some direction, if RF detector says there is a threat and radar doesn't qualify that there is a threat in that direction, then we neglect it. So this is how we will reduce the false alarms and then ensure that the operators are given a most comprehensive picture. Same is the case with radar. For example, when a drone is flying and then an eagle is flying nearby, so these cases happens very, very often. then these systems, radars especially, will say both of them are targets because it looks like a target for the radar. But an eagle doesn't emit any communication or wireless signals. So an RF detection system doesn't see that as a threat. Then when I fuse the data, because in this direction, eagle is seen, eagle is declared as target by the radar, whereas RF detection system doesn't declare that as a target, then I will not have, or I will neglect that particular target. So when there is a real threat, a drone is flying, so RF detection says that there is a threat, radar says that there is a threat in the direction. When I fuse this data and then say, both of them are confirming that there is a threat, then we are going to say, yes, there is a threat in this direction. And the next level of confirmation to this threat is also possible, that is with visual means, especially the cameras. If they have those ranges, it's difficult to get. For example, these systems detect the small drones like DJI Phantom at 5 kilometers. Okay, and when at a 5 kilometer, confirming these threats by using a camera is very, very difficult because we don't have those systems right now. It's a fact. And if you want to invest in those systems, they will be much more costly. I may be able to confirm those threats by using UIR, maybe at 2 kilometers or 2.5 kilometers, not at 5 kilometers. But at those ranges, even UIR can be adopted as a secondary means of confirmation to the thrust, more advanced confirmation. So this is all about the detection system. So the one that you are seeing is the one which has been realized, which is going to one of the armed services as the deliverable. And of course, these are all multiple elements that a typical counter drone system has. There will be an RF detection, radar, camera as primary sensors. Then you will have the complete software which is analyzing this entire data and then presenting a comprehensive picture of what is threat to an easily understandable format for the operators, because the operators sitting there are doesn't have the knowledge of any of these sensors. So all they need is a comprehensive picture. Yes, here there are threats. Now you start acting on them, and they have means to act on. That's how this entire system has been built. A lot of inputs from the users have been taken into this system. So continuous modifications are going on, continuous improvements are going on. And the most important part is we have been trying to add everything that user wants to make this system more presentable at various levels, integratable to the existing monitoring systems, like Air Force has a network, various phases in which the threat can be presented. So these systems are so open, they can be integrated even to those kind of. So that's all possible. Just you can run through. I'll show only some pictures of the system. Can go to the next slide. So these are all various ways in which technology options are there. Domain wise, we will have to see which technology has to be adapted to what kind of threat. Next, this is that is for detection. This is for kill. Probably I'll skip this also. Next, so there is definitely a need for indigenization. These are all the advantages that we get with the indigenization, which we have already been doing. Next, this also I have covered. So now, for MSMEs to excel in this area, what we have to do is, your approach is right. So we'll have to buy systems 1, 2, because if I create an opportunity size of 10 crores, 20 crores, not many companies in this country, smaller companies cannot participate in those kind of opportunities. Could be smaller opportunities where the expertise can be built by the companies. The companies are available in India, by the way. So they can start focusing only on that area, provided are assured that so they keep getting the orders in that area. That's the one approach which MSMEs can really get established in this country, so that the systems like this can be made in India, and we can make India as a global hub for that. Next, so this is how purchasing module wise you already suggested, so that's happening. A good thing that has happened with the IAF orders, all that has happened. Various level of companies have got orders and then they are executing it. All of them are indigenously getting executed. Next. So as I said, design in India, not only just buy in India. So this has advantages. We will get the systems at a lower price if the opportunity size is kept low, because this has multiple areas of expertise. So this kind of approach, sometimes there is a risk, because when you give opportunities to Indian industries, first, second products, so you may not get exactly the way that you want. There could be some mishaps. But what happens is down the line, the same industry, if I get an order, now we got an order from Indian Air Force, we are getting order from DRDO for multiple systems. What I'm going to do, so 30-40% of this money I'm again pumping into the next phase of developments. Now we are talking about, we have given a 3D rotating radar now. So now we are developing a phased radar, which is a non-rotating radar. So no, we don't have order, but we are funding that and then developing. So all this will happen. So if Indian industry gets the orders, and then we start pumping again the money into the new products development, that's where we can make this whole compounding effect, and then down the line 2 years we will start selling this to the world. So this is the approach. Next. Yeah, this is some examples as sir was saying. So if we don't develop our own standard, at the end of the day, we have to get adapted to some other standards the way that we are doing for SDRs and some other examples that you have already made. Next. So we have good potential. We have the capability at Indian industry to make this system as completely indigenous solution. So unfortunately, we are now getting good support even from the government, because most of the requirements are coming as by Indian or IDDM, Indian design in India and then manufactured in India. It's a really encouraging scenario now for most of the defense companies. I think we are going to see a very good change in the next 5 years. We will positively turn into good exporter of this kind of equipments in future. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. And just one submission, as you said, if for this kind of things any standard has to be evolved, maybe FICCI or any other agency can take a lead. Whatever sweat that we will have to do voluntarily, we are ready to do, sit with, understand the user requirements, come out with that common framework where this can be a standard framework. Okay, if you are giving me this sensor, these are the interfaces that you will have to give, and this is the interface protocol. So we can establish this at every subsystem level, so that this problem of standardization will start getting diminished, and then down the line 1 year we have a good standard for counter drone systems. So we are open for that, sir. Whatever time that we can give for this. Thank you.
Now may I request Mr. Ravi Shankar, Scientist D from CHESS DRDO, to share his.
Distinguished panel chair and the eminent panelists, senior officials, and ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. Myself Ravi Shankar, representing on the behalf of the DRDO. Basically, I'm going to discuss here basics related to the counter drone technologies, and you have various user agencies present here, and some brief about the various technologies I'm going to cover, and at the same time what the counter drone system the DRDO is having, I'm just going to cover the capabilities of that. And I am specifically, as part of the DRDO, representing the Center for High Energy Systems and Sciences, basically which is working on the hard kill part of the counter drone technologies. So I'm also going to cover on the hard kill part along with the in totality of counter drone technologies, which involve the detection, soft kill as well as the hard kill, right? So these are the basic contents as I already discussed. When this asymmetric war has triggered, like what happened, because of that the small drones, micro or micro UAVs have got a significant in this asymmetric warfare scenario, and detecting these small slow moving objects is again a big challenge in the design point of view, especially for the detection algorithm development as well. And at the same time, one advantage to the industry is, because of this, a complete ecosystem is being triggered for countering these drones. So one way this is an opportunity for the industry as well. When we say drone categorization, we use different terminology, like it varies from country to the country. Like this is a word terminology we are using, which is taken from the DGCA. So micro, mini and the small UAV categories. Basically, whenever we need to engage the drone threat, like we have a various process of the steps involved, like which already have been covered by the panel chair. Detection of the objects, like drone or something object is there using the various features of the data coming from the sensors. And at the same time classification, like okay, this is a drone or this is not a bird, this is a drone which is maybe a threat to us, classifying using a specific features. And also that whenever we get several detections from various sensors, like we need to establish a track, like you can't represent the same target as a multiple drone. So whenever you're getting a multiple detection, associating and forming a tracking is a one important step as well. And the neutralization, like we have got a significant information confirmation of the drone is present, then of course what you're going to react on to that. So we need to go to the neutralization part. So these are the various steps have been involved in the counter drone scenario if you consider. Like if you see, like when we say the first two aspects of the counter drone detection technologies, like detection and the tracking. So whenever you are as a user agency, when you are going to procure a system for the detection and the tracking, you have a various options on your table, right? You have a radar, right, which is a primary conventional sensor, right? And also we have the electro-optical sensors, imaging systems, whether in the day sight or the thermal sensors, right, which we are going to take as an optional. And the RF emission, like whenever we have a drones, maybe they may be communicating to the ground station or telemetry information will be transmitted. So using that as an additional information, we can also try to detect and track the drones. And the most least prioritized signature, we can say, is the acoustic signature, the sound signature. May not work in all the scenarios, like when you have a very prominent silent border scenarios, we can use these techniques. So you have a various counter drone detection and the tracking technologies are available at your hand. But we see, right, you can't get a perfect result from each of the sensor, which you might be right, you might be knowing that. So when we have a radar, right, which is a conventional way, which is an all-weather operating condition, is a major advantage. But if you see, whatever the radar technology been established, they have been designed for detecting a metallic objects like helicopters or aircrafts. But that technology to be adapted for a small moving micro, mini or small drones or nano drones, it's a challenging as an implementation of the algorithm point of view, right? But right now, we also have in this the major challenges along with the SNR. And also one more challenge is what we get in the drone detection radar is like a bird or it is an eagle, or you want to classify it as a drone. So we need to have a different set of algorithms. As a user, you need to look into the various features that radar which you are getting as an for a procurement point of view. So one technique what commonly used is the micro Doppler effect, which is used mainly to classify drone or bird. So some advanced algorithms will be used based on this concept, which is used by the basically the Doppler comes from the propellers which is used, right? So but when we have this radar, like if you don't have this feature, like you get a number of background clutter as well. Like this is an important feature when you also need to look into that. And the electro-optical and infrared sensor, like other category of detection is we also use the day sight or the thermal camera, passive imaging techniques we can use for the drone detection and tracking point of view. But you know that it is limited by the environmental conditions significantly, which we need to be aware of that. And field of view is limited also. Like you can't have a 360-degree with a single set of cameras you can cover. So unlike in a case of radar, which you have a rotating type or phased array type, we can cover 360 degrees. But these type of sensors are limited in terms of the field of view as well. At the time of the weather condition also will affect your detection performance. And other one is the acoustic detection. As I already told, like based on the acoustic signature, we do the times analysis of the signals, the acoustic signals which we collected from the microphone array. Then based on that, we need to classify that using the machine learning. Mostly we use for the machine learning here. So to classify the drone sounds with respect to the background or the noise sounds. But here important thing is the background noise is very important factor when you want to come to the classification accuracy, like how accurately we can classify. And one more thing, we also know that RF detection, like you can't have a very silent drone operating until unless it is a completely been waypoint navigated drone. But if you have a RF detection provision in your system, so you can detect the telemetry bands, or you can also detect the controlling the bands in what wavelengths or in what frequencies the drone is being controlled. And if you have a spectrum analyzers or the signal analyzer scanners, you can also get the detection and the tracking in that. But you see that it's the most cost-effective solution, but it is the most problematic solution in terms of the multipath effects also. So what is your operational scenario? You're going to operate in a city environment, you're going to operate in the border scenario. So that primarily decides which is the sensors you're going to go for, all of these sensors which we discussed here. So as a user, you might be aware of which scenario the system is going to operate it. According to that, wisely you need to select which is my detection and tracking scenario I'm going to choose for my system. You have various advantages, disadvantages. I'm not going to deep through them. Let me come to this in generic of the neutralization. We detected and tracked the drones, but how do you going to neutralize that? So primarily, we can have this conventional, kinetic weapons, machine guns is one sort of thing. And otherwise, if you want to, save the cost per kill, you instead of going for, kinetic weapons, you can go for the advanced high-tech weapons like laser weapons, where the cost per kill is very small, right? And also you can use jammer and, but it has its own collateral effects as well. But you can use the jammer, RF jammer as well as the GNSS jammer as well. And other than that, which Precision Electronics already covered, like you can have the netted type of things, you can catch the hold of the drone, that's a one sort of techniques, you can use that. And also trained eagles also is a one sort of thing people are trying that to catch off the drones, right? And let me talk about the one counter drone system which as a DRDO has been developed. So which includes, sorry. Yeah, which includes, you can see here, we have a radar for detecting the drones. And we have the soft kill system, which is a jammer basically for the RF and GNSS bands. And also the laser based DW, which is a hard kill system. And a central command post for integrating and providing a complete user to the information about all the threat information and the threat assessment with the multiple displays coming from the multiple subsystems are available in the system. So this is a three subsystems integrated together, tightly coupled, and which is projected to the command post operated by the user. The scenario the system is designed for is like when we have that a 5 kilometer range, the radar capable to detect the threats. Then first you can attempt trying the soft kill jammer, right? So when you still fail to do that, and still the drone is at your doorstep, like which is you are protecting a critical infrastructure, then you can go for the hard kill system, which is operating at very end range, at 1 kilometer range. You don't have an option, you need to bring down the bird at any cost. You can use the laser DW at this part of the system. So these are the multiple level of the protection system. Radar, first level radar detection, hand over to the jammer, and hand over to the hard kill DW system. So this is a brief specification of the radar system. So we can have a 4 kilometer for the micro UAVs and 2 kilometer for the nano UAVs. And also, as I said, there is a soft kill system is also available in the part of the system. So which has AVO as part of that, and jamming the ISM bands as well as the GNSS band, right? And it has a directional jamming capability as well as the omnidirectional capability. And there are various subsystems. I'm not going to deeply dwell into them. I'm just going to focus more on the hard kill DW, which I'm representing here. The system, as I told, is which you have at the end game of the scenario where you don't have left any option, but still you need to bring the bird down. So we can go for this laser DW, where we have the system is have an EO itself. Once it detects from the radar, it hands over from radar. The system takes over and track the targets at a 2.5 kilometers onwards. Then at a 1 kilometers onwards, we can engage the laser to bring the bird down. So basically, I'm representing the chess, where we work majorly on the DW systems, direct energy weapon systems. We are going to do the DW system design, and other thing is that design of the beam control system, which is the heart of this laser weapon systems, because of precision hitting capacity, whatever the system is having. And the atmospheric propagation, this is a one science subject, like when the laser is propagated to the target or on the drone, like various atmospheric effects are going to come. We are going to, the lab is mainly working on the study of these atmospheric effects, how to counteract these atmospheric effects. So significant work we are doing on that. And the system integration is a one big challenge here in the DW systems is integration and testing of that various test facilities we have at our hand. And the lethality studies like how much power is required and what is effect we are going to have on that drone if we deposit certain amount of the power, and range calculations, all this assessment practical, those things we are going to do. And we also closely work with the various user agencies, industry partners to realize these systems. So when we briefly talk about this, in this hard kill system, we have a beam control system which has its own electro-optical sensor, because we need to precisely track the target once we get a cue from the radar. And we have the laser source and the thermal management unit, and the, of course, the command control system. This is a beam control system part. We have a thermal imager on the day side, and so we have also laser focusing mechanism to focus the laser onto the target to establish the lethality on the target. And the control command station, this was. This is an operator GUI. We have a multiple sites for the user. Like once we get the radar, the system can classify based on the images. It's a drone or it's a bird. So we use a artificial intelligence based deep learning techniques for classifying the targets. And also we have a precise selection of the particular payloads. Like if you don't want to bring the whole bird down, but if you still want to engage a particular payload, like it has having a camera or it is having a specific payload which you want to demolish, you can specifically select and you can demolish that. That is a one main advantage we have from the system. We have a two configurations available. We have a tripod mounted system, and the same we have a for mobility on the truck based system also available. So this is a complete configuration: radar plus soft kill plus the hard kill. So when we say this drone detection and the classification problem, like it is not a single solution. It has to be closely discussed with the user, like what is the user requirements, what type of sensors to be used, and it has to be closely integrated between the sensors, like when you have a soft kill and the hard kill, and you have a radar, like you need to tightly integrate and give a solution to the user. So we have a bits and pieces of solutions from the industry, but there should be a tight integration. And as chairman has brought out that we need to have a modular approach the same way. So we need to have a pluggable, like if you don't want soft kill, you want to only hard kill, you should able to do that. If you don't want hard kill, you want a soft kill, you should able to do that. So the modular wise, the configuration of the system is very much required. So what is the conclusion is, like whatever the different technologies are there, that has to be tightly integrated and to be realized in a more usable and effective solution. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. To wind up the session, first I'd like to thank all my fellow panelists here. Thanks a lot for finding this thing. Just two takeaways. First, it is very heartening to see that a lot of work is going on in the private industry as well as in the public thing. However, it is work in progress, and much more focused approach and a focused R&D on specific issues and technologies which we need to build in the counter drone is there. I would like to take this opportunity from this forum to request the industry that you divide. Maybe it might be a good idea for a divided kind of an approach, that this consortium is working on this aspect of it and this consortium is working on this aspect of it, rather than everybody going into everything and in the end achieving nothing. So it might be a good idea, because this is a field which is developing and which has a lot of scope for export potential, maybe for a smaller company also, but a very focused and a delineated approach among all the players might be a very good idea as a takeaway from this session. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, sir. So on behalf of FICCI, I would like to thank Group Captain Jagdeshwar Singh ji for accepting our request and kindly moderating the session. I would also like to thank all the speakers, Mr. Nikhil Kanodia, Mr. Ravi Shankar and Dr. Nagendra ji. So thank you all. And with this, we would move to the next session. I would request all the delegates to kindly be patient with us. We would try to conclude this session as soon as possible. So the next session is the best practices in smart policing. And while my colleagues are changing the nameplates, I would like to briefly introduce chair of the session. While Ms. Manjari Jaruhar needs no introduction, just following the tradition, I would like to just briefly introduce her. Ms. Jaruhar is the advisor to the FICCI Committee on Private Security Industry. She is an former special DG of CISF. She is one of the first 5 women officers in India and first from the state of Bihar. She was selected for IPS in 1976 and has held many key positions in the state government of Bihar and Jharkhand. Also at NPA, CISF and CRPF. She has led very complex and challenging assignments in her career. She is a recipient of Government of India's Police Medal for Meritorious Services and the President Medal for Distinguished Services. She was awarded the DG's Commendation Disc for Outstanding Services twice in CISF and once in CRPF. So I would like to hand over the dais to Ms. Manjari Jaruhar. Ma'am, please, over to you. Also, I would like to call upon Dr. Varun Kapoor. He is already here. Thank you. Mr. Anand Jain from Jammu and Kashmir, ACB. And Ms. Supriya Das is already on the dais. Thank you very much for joining.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's lunchtime and we have really overshot the whole session. We'll not take more than half an hour or even less. I'll request my panelists to be really short so that people who are now ready for going for lunch do not feel tired and totally indifferent to what is happening here. We'll make a very brief presentation. So I have on my right Mr. Varun Kapoor, who is the Additional Director General from Madhya Pradesh Police. Varun has been honored by the World Book of Records from Bhutan for his outstanding contribution in cyber security and prevention of cyber crimes. He is of the 1991 batch of the IPS and Madhya Pradesh cadre, of course, which I have already told you. He has followed many unconventional strategies to come up with working solutions for mitigating the ill effects of cybercrime on society at large. He's also devoted a lot of his spare time to writing regularly for weekly columns for English and Hindi dailies of the country, and has also given a lot of time to preparing web videos on cybercrime, which is webcast in a widely viewed web-based news portal. So he's coming with something new like web-based cyber security. So let us hear him, give him a few minutes.
Good afternoon to Madam and all the distinguished guests on the dais and all the senior people and senior officers from various places all across the country. I will not take much of your time because already very late. I'll just take 2-3 minutes to tell you why this is necessary, and another 2-3 minutes what we are doing about it. See, cyber security, I always say that I divide cyber crime into 3 parts. One is the cyber war, which is government against government, state against state, or one organization against another. Then there is another part which is maybe the corporate cyber crime against these big banks and big organizations and hacking of their servers and data theft and denial of service or whatever. And the third part is the citizen cyber security, which is affecting individuals, citizens of this country, of the world. That is what the area in which I am working, and I have devoted a lot of time, 11 years literally in this field. I have never posted here. I have done it out of voluntarily and for a long time. So this is what I'm going to concentrate on. People hear cyber crime, cyber security generally because I have taken thousands of workshops, seminars, webinars all over the world. I've got a number of world records, so many things. But I've realized one thing: when you go and talk to people, especially children and youth and all that, everyone thinks that cybercrime, there must be something. It is bad. Some people lose some money and some kind of phishing and all that, but that's cybercrime for people in general. But that is not all that it is. You all know it. It's much more sinister than that. You may lose money, definitely, but you can lose your reputation, you can lose your name, you can lose your identity, you can lose your peace of mind, you can even lose your life. It goes to that level. Even cyber terrorism is now being spread so much, these terrorist activities, recruitment, training, funding, even execution of terrorist attacks are being done through the cyber means, and so is narcotics. So it is much more sinister than just losing money. But people are not realizing that very well, and that's why it is becoming such a big threat. According to me, it may be the number one threat for citizen security in today's date and time. It would be cyber security. That's what I would rate with my 31 years experience in police. A lot of it abroad. I've done a lot of missions abroad, and then this 11 years in cyber. So I would say it's threat number one. Why is that? Because in this you cannot see the danger. I keep telling the people this, that you can't see any danger. So any danger which cannot be seen is definitely more dangerous than that one which you can see. So because for that you are prepared, you can make some strategy to combat it. But a danger which you cannot see, then you are never ready to deal with it until it strikes. And all you can do is then detect it and try to solve it. And that prevention part, the protection part, is not possible because you're not ready for it. And people's mindsets have to be changed. That's what I always tell and always feel. Because people's mindset is actually, what is it made of? Action, reaction, attitude, behavior, maybe instincts, all make up a mindset. So this mindset is for the real world. It's not for the virtual world, which is also a world. We connect to the virtual world. We live in the real world. But all these mindsets are for the real world. And when we start putting them in the virtual world without thinking, then it heads to trouble. There are many reasons for it, but I think it's still threat number one. And it has to be dealt in a very different manner, because mindsets of police has to be changed. Mindsets of citizens have to be changed in this area. And the only way to protect anybody in cyber world, same for me, same for anybody else, is the person's awareness. Nobody other than you can save yourself. Just an example, see Facebook, 16-year-old, if I become a girl and make a profile, nobody can stop me. There's no authentication, verification. Now with that, if I send a friend request to someone, by mistake, someone would accept it. They would not see me. They would see somebody who's different. And then debit card fraud. A phone call somebody gets, they try to trap the person, try to take the personal information. And some people give it. But who gives it? The person himself or herself. Virus insertion. I can tell so many things. If I send a file to someone and that person by mistake downloads it because he or she thinks it's something else, and then there's a virus in your device, I control the device. But who has inserted it? The person himself or herself. So if we ourselves are making the mistakes, talking to someone and giving all our information, pressing the wrong download and putting a virus in a device, maybe even accepting a wrong friend request and taking such a big threat on board. If we are making the mistakes, then who can protect us from or prevent us from making these mistakes and becoming secure from cybercrime? Is there some person who can sit with us 24/7 and tell us not to do these things? Is there any system, technology or whatever which can come between our device and prevent us from doing these mistakes? I don't think there is. There is only you who can save yourself. So that is why that protection will come when you are aware, when you know things, and then when you do those things. That's awareness. Knowing is knowledge. Doing those the things which you know is awareness. So awareness, in my view, is probably the only way anyone can secure himself or herself in cyberspace. There is no other way. It's the best key. Not the best key, it is the only key. So then we have to work in this field a lot. As I told you, for the last 11 years I have been working. I have done seminars, webinars, workshops all over the world. Because I keep a proper record of it, I have nearly 4 to 5 lakh people, nearly 5 lakh, who I have directly spoken to about various aspects of cybersecurity, from children to elderly, all walks of life. But then this is also not enough. Then how many can you reach? 50 lakhs, 5 lakhs is 500,000. But then there's 130 billion in this country, because everyone is using this space, everyone is using the device. So everyone has to be reached. So we thought we must change our approach. If we cannot go to everyone, then everyone should be able to come to us. And so for that we developed many. Digital was the way to do it. And I have many projects and programs trying to do that, to connect people with us. But the main target which we have chosen under this project is the children. Because of many reasons. Children first are the target of the worst kind of cybercrime, horrendous ones, from small ones like cyber bullying and cyber stalking to the worst possible ones like child pornography, and then grooming people to, and then some children fall prey to pedophilia. So they are the targets of the worst type of cybercrime. Secondly, they are very vulnerable. They do not know what to do because they're innocent. Once they do fall prey to some crime, then they keep on falling prey to worst type of crimes because they don't know what to do. And third is, it's investment in the future. If you prepare the children today, then the future looks better. So for that, we selected children to be the targets for our project. We called it Project PsyCop. and it's a digital way. The plan was this, that see, I can go to a number of schools and teach them, but suppose I can do only one school in 10 days. But if I do 10 schools in one day, then these 10 school teachers can go and teach, train their children about cyber security. So this was the idea, that we used to call we still call teachers from a number of schools, and 2-day intensive training we give them, practical, very simple, no technology, no great talk about huge things of cyber space. Normal practical things that they need also, and their children also. And then after those 2 days, my team was also doing it with me, and then they go back to the school, and then they train their students. Ripple effect. A lot of people are covered by that 2-day training, which we give a few schools. We have our website, PsyCops, projectpsycops.com, on which these teachers we trained, we made them PsyCops ambassadors. They used to go back to the schools, teach, they train their students, and then send back the data to us, so that we have the database on who else they have taught. And that's how it is being done. We have covered nearly 120 schools of the Indore in the center part of India, and we want to spread it. Now, instead of calling them physically, the next stage is digital connection with teachers from other places, other districts of my state, and then same thing, they will be prepared, and then they will go back and teach their students. I think it's a very good project. In at least you put a seed in the mind of the child. I know that it is not a very extensive kind of thing, but I believe anybody, maybe a child, or maybe anybody, a professional, maybe a housewife, maybe an elderly person, once you give them the idea that this is what can go wrong, and this you have to have different mindset, you have to have different attitude, approach, they start thinking. And once you start thinking, then you do obviously something, and then you become more secure than what you are. So this is the basic thing. And the feedback which I got from people, the second stage, we do our part very well, but the ones who go to the schools, then some of them do train, some of them don't. That was quite worrisome. We tried to explain to them that you must do it. We are spending so much time and energy. It's not my job. I'm in Armed Police Training College actually now, but still we do it. But they always told me that, sir, our principals are not very keen. So then I started another project. It's called Ojasvi Abhiyan, in which we call the principals. With the education department I have partnered, and train them. So I have trained about 350 in 2 sessions in Indore district. We will spread it outside, and so that they can go back and facilitate those teachers we are training under Project PsyCops to train better. So it's a kind of a joint approach. And the last thing is that because I was hearing the session of the awards that FICCI was saying that they want to partner. So second part of my Ojasvi Abhiyan is this, that we are building a student community. From these principals, we are getting data about these children, their phone numbers and their email IDs, but I'm more interested in their mobile numbers. And we have nearly 1.5 lakhs or nearly 2 lakhs we aim at the students of Indore district. Now we will deliver directly content to them about cyber security. When it comes directly on the mobile, because they are using the mobile so much, 50%, I had done research in Indore also earlier, that 50%, maybe it was 30%, that research was 4 years ago, but I believe around 50% of the time our children, all of us, may be spending in the virtual world in a day. That's a lot of half your life. So we want to deliver the content directly to them, along with the training the teachers. So the challenge we are facing is, first of all, the creative content, developing that. We are trying to do it ourselves. If FICCI can partner us, it will be something very nice for a new project. And secondly, how to deliver the content to them, because it's costing money, for SMSing and then sending them those links, and then maybe using WhatsApp, whatever. We are trying to think of a better solution. But if that can partner us in both the things about delivering the content and developing the content, I think it will be a novel project, and it will be a good sign from side of FICCI. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much for listening patiently. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Varun. I think you're doing a really commendable job targeting the children and educating them, and through the school and the principals. I'm sure FICCI in future can partner with you for some projects. And I really think that creating more awareness about cybercrime is very, very important today, because bulk of the people today are not even aware that what exactly is a cybercrime. We are more concerned with debit cards and credit cards rather than this aspect which he has highlighted. Thank you very much. I would also like to tell the audience today that our 3 speakers today, have all been recipients of the FICCI Award for Smart Policing for the year 22. So Varun is one of them. Please give him a hand. And we also now have Anand Jain to speak to us. and he is from the Jammu and Kashmir cadre, Director Anti-Corruption Bureau. He has been appointed to head the state's premier anti-graft agency, possessing a multitude of experience in working across various assignments of the state and the central government, some of them being SP East Srinagar, SSP Baramulla, AIG Transport and Provisioning Headquarters, SSP Riasi, SSP Rajouri, and SSP Jammu. And now he was also part of NIA and the IGP Headquarters, Police Headquarters, J&K. Presently, Director Anti-Corruption Bureau.
Madam Manjari Jiruhar, Advisor, FICCI Committee on Private Security Industry. My seniors and junior colleagues here, distinguished guests and participants. It's a real honor to speak in this occasion, wherein we are discussing a very niche area of the modern warfare, which is a drone warfare, which has really changed the entire nature of security paradigm, what we are going to witness in the recent times. The subject today, the other policing initiatives which came across a couple of 6 or 7 months back, was regarding the entries were called for the other policing initiatives, and we thought that vigilance clearance system can be a best bet on this particular aspect. So just quickly delve into the aspect of what exactly vigilance clearance system is all about. Since we are all government servants and we go through our promotions, we go through passport clearances, and we go through all sorts of in our career, the vigilance clearance systems. I mean, we need vigilance clearance for very small things in the entire service span. So, large amount of requests were coming to Anti-Corruption Bureau, and obviously the General Administration Department was also working on the paper. So, it was extremely very difficult to handle the entire amount of data which was coming in large numbers. So, a solution was thought, and the Kashmir University was partnered with to develop this particular application. And Maruf Qadri is here, is my is Director IT from Kashmir University, and they developed this application free of cost. Please give a big hand to him. And with this initiative, around 40,000 vigilance clearances we issued in very short span of time, and a very and in non-repeatable manner, wherein we have a barcode scanner. We can cross-check the data which was transmitted back. I'll just quickly run down the presentation because we are already very late for the lunch. So this is the. Can you go to the previous presentation? The first one. The first one. You can just close this. There's another one, right? Yeah, there's another one. There are two presentations actually. Yeah, very short, ma'am. I'll just come to the workflow. Yeah, here it is. Yes. So, how the entire workflow goes, I'll just quickly run through. So, as I already covered that the process need to be shifted to the online portal, and the replacement of the file-based manual process and the online process to improve the entire efficiency and transparency in the working. So, I will just run to the process part of it. Yeah, this is the one. So now the department basically it creates a file wherein the data of the employee is filled in over there, including its CPIS number, and the data is then pushed to the General Administration Department, which is the department which issues finally the vigilance clearances. The information is forwarded back to the Anti-Corruption Bureau, and Anti-Corruption Bureau, based on its own database, it cross-checks the entire records and it reverts back to GAD, and from there the process gets delivered back to the concerned department. So it's almost automated process which flows through. And with the help of the system, so this is the dashboard which looks like. The incoming tray, the track form, and the alerts, what one gets. So this is the list form of dashboards. This is the format. And this is the total vigilance clearance systems, total requests we have received from the various departments was around 41,897 as we speak now. And total vigilance clearances which have been issued are 39,600 and odd something. So in a very short span of time, we could help the entire employees Around 7,000 employees have got their promotions well in time. A lot of regularizations have happened over the period of time only because of this particular system. Because after 6 months, the vigilance clearance of an employee expires. So it was extremely difficult for the department to keep applying back on the paper, and many times the details were missing of the employee. So this was really helpful for the employees to get promotions well in time, and also to get their passports and all those things. So this is the application link. Unfortunately, since there's positive time, I would have showed you the real time working of this particular application. Then we come to the downloaded form of NOC. So the form looks like this. The employee name, department, CPS number, this name, parentage, and other details are all filled in here. So the whole database is now populated with the entire data, and it is helpful for us to also to identify the employee correctly, because with a single name, the hundreds of names are being thrown from the system. The second part of it. Can you please play the second presentation? It'll just take a minute, ma'am. Yeah. So apart from this, I mean, we all in Government of India are aware of the departmental vigilance officer mechanism. So large amount of complaints what comes to ACB are not really addressed, because many of the times the complaints are not properly addressed. Many of the complaints are not acted upon. So it was very much imperative for us to develop an online portal which can aggregate the entire information what comes from departmental vigilance, which comes from the various quarters like Facebook, WhatsApp, hard copies, emails, WhatsApp. I mean, all those sources we collected, and the entire information was fed into the system and sent it across to departmental vigilance officers. So the online portal was developed, DVO portal. So this was again problem statement what we are facing over the period of time, and now it's a communication between the DVOs and the ACB in a real time format based on this particular portal. So once the complaint is received from any quarter all across the spectrum of the unity of JNK, maybe elsewhere, it's fed into the system. It is sent to the departmental vigilance officer, and from there he compiles his report and sends it across to us based on the same platform. So we have kept it extremely simple, so that the communication with the DVO is through electronic form. And there's also SMS feature inbuilt in that. As soon as the new complaint is sent to the departmental vigilance officer, the SMS alert is also generated. So this is the login for admin and DVOs. Yeah, this is the dashboard which looks like you can identify the department, how many of complaints you have sent it across to the department, and from there how much you have been reverted back. So in this aspect of it, yes. So the matters sent to DVOs is 8,000 odd, which we could send it across, and the matters were disposed of 3,678. So with the help of a very small initiative, so around 3,500 applications were disposed of, and the matters in progress are 4,368, which is across to 640 DVOs in the entire UT of Jammu and Kashmir. Now we come to quickly the Satak Nagrik application portal. So this is again application. So this is again a mobile application or Android based application which you can download, and you can lodge a complaint with ACB, wherein a mobile number is again OTP based, and then subsequently you will get a reference number, and you can track your application, what exactly happened to your application, where it was forwarded, where ACB has acted upon that. So it has also created a platform wherein the two-way feedback can be obtained from the citizens. When are they satisfied with what the type of disposal we have done in the system? So this is the application which we plan to develop. So we developed this application, and with the help of this application, we could do a large number of trap cases in the Union Territory of JNK. So this is the way it is. This is the workflow. This is how it looks like. I mean, you can register your grievance. This is step 1. This is the format. You can also attach some image. We have not kept a video portion because again it was clogging the database. So there was a attachment of photograph in case a photograph is available of any substandard work or any complaint which is originating from anywhere. So you can fill in the details there. The grievance number is generated. It's taken back into system. In case if it is sent to DVO portal, so it is sent to DVO, and the message is sent to the citizen saying that your complaint has been forwarded to X person. Please follow it from there. So the grievances which we have addressed was 231. The number which are in progress at various stages 279. and there were total 819 grievances were registered in this particular thing. So, with the Departmental Vigilance Officer, with the Vigilance Clearance System, with the Satak Nagarik application, really it has been a game changer for Anti-Corruption Bureau, wherein the data has got integrated, where we have become far more transparent in issuing vigilance clearances. There are a lot of complaints regarding the issue of the delay in terms of the data disposal. So now the data is pretty got organized. And I really thank FICCI a lot. My entire team is here for honoring us this particular award for this vigilance clearance portal. Thank you very much again.
Thank you, Anand. I'm sure it has made a difference in J&K and you have given a good analysis. I'm grateful that you also have been able to come from J&K and give us a talk. I will now request Supriya Das to tell us about her work which she has done in Meghalaya, again a path-breaking work.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good afternoon to respected seniors and colleagues and the esteemed guests who are present here today. So I'm here today because of a small initiative we had taken up in Meghalaya called Re-Navigating Women Selling Liquor Illicitly Towards Alternative Livelihoods. Now, this initiative was taken up because of a well-known issue in the state of Meghalaya. In Shillong, particularly for those of you who may have visited or are familiar, there are certain areas of the city which are known as pickup points of illicit liquor, and they are most active when liquor stores are shut at night or on Sundays that are dry days in Meghalaya. And it's a very typical sight. You would know who the bootlegger is. It would be a local Khasi woman in her traditional attire with a brown or black leather satchel bag swung across her shoulder, across her body. And cars and pedestrians just stop by these areas, namely Polo, Demsinyong, Moblai, where they'll just stop by, exchange cash for liquor and go about their business. And for a long time, the police actually of the local beat house and of the state had tried to tackle this issue by conducting raids in the area or even by intercepting the trucks that deliver the liquor to these bootleggers. But however, there was no permanent fix. This offense was bailable, came largely under the customs department as well, and moreover, these women would flee at the sight of the patrolling party and they would come back on the road only once we've passed. So it had turned into like a cat and mouse situation almost. And I was posted there as additional SP during COVID when liquor stores were permanently shut for a long time and this problem was soaring in magnitude. So we realized as a team that we have to do something about this and traditional methods were not working. So we formed a team with the state mission, the State Resource Center for Women in Meghalaya and the Northeast Network, a local NGO, and got into a conversation on how we can change the situation. And we realized very soon that the only long-term solution would be actually to shift these women out of this generational business or practice into an alternative livelihood. So first we had to actually, these were some of the issues why the situation was become more and more urgent. The area had become unsafe for any passerby. There'd be drunken people roaming here. There were constant thefts and assault. Of course, the women were unsafe, the ones who were peddling the drugs. And there were health hazards that were posed because of the chance of spurious content in this liquor. So we began with interacting with these women because first we needed to understand where they are coming from to shift them to alternative livelihoods. And it was actually on the streets, right where they were peddling. We chose a Sunday afternoon when they would be definitely active in the area. And yet we could only manage to speak to 11 of them because they fled as per usual on seeing us. And you can see that we are all in our civilian clothes and yet they identified us as police persons. And however, the interaction was very eye-opening. We realized that most of these women are actually single mothers who had gotten into this profession to support their young children, and they had all been either victims of domestic violence, poverty, or loss of livelihood. We asked them whether they had tried other professions so that it'd be easier for us to shift them out. but they said that they did not even have bank accounts or any kind of identity card. Some of them had taken loans from the informal sector for piggery or cultivation, but they had failed in those businesses because they did not have the basic skill set. So this interaction was actually very eye opening, and we began to brainstorm what other employment we can give. But we realized that whatever we give them as an alternative had to be sustainable because they had families dependent on them, and the income had to be quite high. This business of illegal liquor was actually very profitable. They were making around 40 to 50,000 per month individually. So uh, so then we started building on our team, making it a proper institutionalized program. Firstly, we needed financial support that came from the State Resource Center for Women. Then we needed community support because these women were being uprooted from their business and they needed some help, support, motivation during their transition. So we were very lucky. Meghalaya is a tribal state. So they were already organized in assembly of village headmen known as the Darbar Shnong. So we roped them in. Of course, we needed their Aadhaar enrollment, opening their Jandhan bank accounts, providing them zero collateral loans or joint liability loans because they did not have any assets to take loans for new businesses. So we roped in NABARD, Meghalaya Rural Bank, Northeast Small Finance Bank. And of course, counseling was a big part of it. They had very little confidence. In fact, they would flee just at the sight of us. So we roped in some clinical psychologists that actually, counsel them on the power to make the right decision, on family values as well. Most of them had been deserted by their husbands. So just to build their confidence, we also roped in the Meghalaya State Commission for Women. And of course, the most integral part of the entire program would be skill development, teaching them new skills so that they can start new initiatives. So for this, of course, the Skill Development Society was there, but we also roped in a Mahatma Gandhi Fellow of IIM Bangalore for some creativity and innovation in the project. Again, we had to keep meeting the women and keep counseling them. It was only after 2-3 sessions that, they could confess to us that they were also very eager to leave this profession and they would want a more promising future for their children especially, because otherwise their female children would also slip into the same business. Within a month, actually, we started the skill development program for them within a month of our interaction. And initially, we were only dealing with numbers of 11 or 15 because they were not cooperating with us. But when the program was finally launched, 45 number of these women immediately enrolled for the skill training program. During the first inauguration session, one lady was immediately offered an office job by the Meghalaya Skill Development Society because she was really showing keen interest and was desperate for change. And providing her that job on the first day itself actually encouraged the other women to continue with the program. And another thing that we did was that we roped in their children. We provided them free uniforms and tuitions with the Shillong Reach Ministry, which is a local NGO there, so that the women would have some stake to complete the program and also start a business, because they would know that through this program their children are also being benefited. So this was a very small initiative that I had taken up during my time in Shillong. And eventually, of course, I handed over the project to the Social Welfare Department once these women had been removed from the streets and the safety point was already covered. And now there is a quarterly program, 4 times a year, there is a skill training program by the Social Welfare Department. They keep revisiting these areas. And a few months back, I visited the area. It was very nice to see that familiar faces of these women were there in the upcoming shops in the area, and they had their permanent structures. One person from NABARD also gave pamphlets of a car wash business and a food restaurant that they had started on highways. So that was very nice, but it was also very heart-wrenching to see that, of course, there were some who had gone back to the illicit business on the street. The only hope is that the program still continues and we continue to provide an alternative to these women. Thank you.
Thank you, Supriya. That was really a very interesting initiative, and I wish your persons who have come after you would continue with this. Now that you are going over to Assam, I'm sure there also you will get opportunities to do some innovative things. So with this session, we have already overshot time. I'm sure everybody is very hungry. So we'll close the session. Thank you everybody for coming today, being patient and being with us, and participating in such a lively fashion with this today's program and conference. All the best to you.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, esteemed panelists, for a very interesting session. And I thank all the audience. With this, we come to the conclusion of the two-day program on Making India a Global Drone Hub. We have had very interesting sessions over past 2 days, and we'll be coming out with a report soon on the discussions. The 2 reports which we had launched are already available, which many of you would have taken. In case you have not taken, the copy is lying outside on the desk. You can collect it. And we also launched FICCI Drone Awards yesterday, and the details of those will be soon shared with all the respective stakeholders. Thank you so much. Join us for lunch. Have a great day.